I told y'all I was going to be live right after the hockey game, and I was correct. I'm actually about 6 minutes earlier than I thought I was going to be. But Happy New Year to everybody here. Now, it's going to be New Year's in some places, but not everywhere yet. Because here, it's only 8:40, which means it's only 10:40 and 11:40. Ooh, it would be... Although I think it's New Year's in PEI at the moment, as well as New Brunswick, but like Quebec, Ontario are still not going to be, there yet. So, yay! No, yeah, I'm here, and like I said, I would be, and hopefully we get some people in here, some people chatting. I am not going to end this live, no matter how. If the chat goes dead, I will not end this live until it is at least New Year's Day, or, it hits New Year on the West Coast. So, with that in mind, let's go! So, actually, let's talk about something that happened the other day with my car. So, okay, as I'm sure maybe some of you saw, I was driving my car and I park it. I went into a store. I come back out, and all of a sudden I have no electrics. But actually, at first I did, but I just mistimed actually turning it over, and then it just shut off. I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever, no big deal. So then I go out and I want to make sure that's set. Yes, it is. Perfect. So then I'm like, shoot, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? So I'm like, okay, wait, okay. It's not turning? Okay, let's check the starter solenoid, right? So I checked the starter solenoid, and that seems to be okay. Happy New Year, Kenneth! Although, we're not, depending on where you are, we're not quite there yet, but close to it. So, regardless, I will say it to everybody that comes in, is if they want me to say it. But yeah, so I'm checking the starter solenoid for like 10 minutes or so, and I can't quite figure this one out. I'm like, why is this not working? This is not working. All of a sudden, I notice, wait, I actually just went by the the positive side of the battery terminal, and in particular the battery cable itself. There we go. I couldn't think of the name. The connector wasn't really connected under the hood. It's like, wait a minute. Put it on. It's never really fit 100%, so I twist it to try and get it as tight as I can. And vroom, fires right up. I'm like, son of a bitch. Okay, well, at least I figured that one out. I didn't need a tow truck 2 days in a row, thank God. So then I am on my way back after I get some food, because my whole reason for being out in Olds, it just got thrown out the window at that point, because I'm like, ugh, I was just so annoyed by the car doing that to me. So I get myself some food. I'm headed back here to Sundry, and I noticed this car, like, they're going really slow, and it's kind of awkward. I'm like, what are these people doing? They're in a gray Grand Am. So when I get to the intersection, right at, like, where the Walmart is and stuff like that in Olds, I decide, you know what, I'm just going to try and pass this guy. Or this girl, I should say. So I pin it, pretty much. And I actually get the car completely sideways. And I could not get past them because they sped up too, and I'm like, oh, great. So you go really, 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 like, snail slow, and then you start going fast. And then I'm realizing after about 5 minutes or so watching them, I'm going, I think this is a drunk driver. So I call 911 and on this drunk driver. But nothing came of it. Like, they never found her, and which is sad because, like, she was being dangerous. Like, she was going 130, 140 kilometers an hour after she passed the slow car that we were both behind. I'm like, really? Like, that's just, no, that's dangerous. And it's unfortunate that they didn't catch her, but that's okay. Hopefully, I didn't hear about any crashes or anything, so my guess is nobody got hurt, so at least there's that, but, please, if you are going out to a party tonight, please do not drink and drive. It is so dangerous, and because you might think, oh, it's okay, because you know what? I am not going to be hurt, but think about the other people that could be hurt from it. So, just food for thought. So yeah, there's that, and I actually have, so it's interesting, talking with a buddy of mine last night, there is a theory now that's a little different. It's still a fuel delivery problem. We know it's a fuel delivery issue. But I never considered the fuel pump in this regard. The fuel pump works just fine. However, because I don't have a filter before the pump, my filter is attached to the carburetor like it was from the factory, which that's a dumb mistake. I shouldn't have done that. But regardless, I have it down low. So, anyways, there might actually be debris within the tank, like rust particles and stuff like that, in the fuel pump itself, and just down within the diaphragm of it at the bottom. And now, when it actually gets the vacuum of being, hey, it's pumping, and then there's vacuum that goes through it. That's kind of how it works. It starts sucking that up, and then it gets caught in the check valve after a while, enough of it, and then that's when the engine cuts out, and you can't start it again. It's like, that actually makes a bit of sense. That was actually my engineering buddy I was talking to the other night, like last night, about it. That way. So, and now, I have options with that then, effectively. Because I'd have to figure out a way, if that is the case. And the only way to figure that out, I'd have to start the car, let it idle, rev it to like 3 grand until it dies. Which, that's a gamble, because you don't really want to do that, but you can. Because the problem is there's not enough airflow when you're doing that. So, when you're not actually moving. So, but then, once I was able to do that, I could, just hotwire the car really quick, turn it over, and see, is there any vacuum pressure coming from the fuel pump? Because if so, that's my answer right there. It's not sabotage, but it's just debris in the tank. That's gotten in there over time. But it's kind of interesting, though, because, like, the car was perfect. And I mean perfect. Before it got into my possession. And then, it's weird. This always happens with a car that I get from Keith. I don't know what it is. The cars are perfect for him. But then I start driving them, put a decent amount of mileage on them, and then they give me problems. Because as an example, if y'all remember my 86 Mustang named Lilo, that car I actually got from Keith as well. And that car was such a problem child. Like, it was good for a little while, but then it started getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and then the motor blew up, and then a bad motor got swapped in, I bought the car back, and yeah, that whole saga there. But, and, hi! How goes it? Happy New Year! Yeah, we're just waiting for, well, we're not really waiting for anything, other than the ball to drop in a bunch of different spots, which I don't have freaking timers going. I have nothing. I don't even have a computer ready here. And okay, it's Jarrett. Nice to see you in the chat. I was hoping to see you in the chat. Yeah, no, okay, cool. Yay. Happy New Year, Chris. It's nice to see you in the chat. Oh, it's just, I wanted to do it this way. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Okay, let's read this question here. Hi, Katarina. This is Zane. Is there any way I can hear the windshield wipers squeaking on both cars tonight? I'm not gonna be doing that. No, sorry. It's one of these things. I understand you have a. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned that you might be autistic or something like that, which I understand. But I doubt I'll be really leaving this spot much tonight. I'm not gonna be outside with the cars at all tonight. At least I don't think so. Maybe at some point, but I don't plan on going outside tonight. I plan on just sitting here for the most part. I might have to like go, get up and get a drink or something or whatever. I've got food still here from earlier, so that's all good that way. But yeah, so I'm sorry. I'm not really gonna be doing anything with the cars tonight. Plus, also my wipers don't really squeal that much, but. Yeah, so anyways though, aside from that thing there, it's just like, so getting back to like when I had that 86 Mustang, like that thing was such a problem child. No matter what, it was never a perfect car for me. There was always some little problem that I had, and there's just nothing I could do about it. Hey! Happy New Year's, JK Smitty! Happy New Year! Nice to see you in the chat. But yeah, like, because even when I got rid of the car, so it needed a few things that way. So what it needed at the time was, okay, it needed a proper PCV system, which again, not very hard to do. It needed the kickdown done on the transmission, which oddly enough, that was more of a pain in the ass to do, to hook it up to the Holley carb that was on there. And then it also had an exhaust leak, and like, for the life of both me and Keith, we could never get that exhaust leak fixed. It was straight for the manifold, which made no sense. The manifold fit perfect on another engine, but for some reason it's leaking here. Weird. But yeah. Okay, Jarrett, I know, you said that, and I responded to that. There, did I know that's you. You said it earlier. I addressed it, and I said Merry Christmas, or Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. God. Fuck. I mean, I know Christmas was only a few days ago, and then now it's, yeah. Regardless, but yeah, no, and it's so nice to be here with everybody, and hopefully we get more. From Rockford, okay. Which is about 25 minutes west of Chicago. Okay, cool. Actually, my buddy of mine, Jim, he's actually in the Chicago area. He happens to be a car guy as well, but he's actually really interested in bikes, and he's got a KZ1000 that he's trying to get back up and going again. So he just kind of took it apart and kind of rebuilding it and putting a bigger cam in it, stuff like that. So I can't wait to hear that thing fire up again, because that thing will just sound so good. But yeah, no. So let's see. Like, and it's always weird, like, whenever like, because oddly enough, when we did the trade, because like, and I, with that Capri, like, I got that from Keith for my convertible, but then this Capri obviously has been a problem child since being in my possession, and had to, we've rebuilt basically the entire car at this point. The only things we haven't touched is suspension and pretty much just a suspension, actually, and steering. So there you go. And hey, custom Michigan. Okay, so we got some more Western peoples, or Eastern peoples, I should say. Cool. Yeah, I'm in small town Sundre, Alberta. So cause let's see, it is about to be 9 o'clock in a few minutes. I'm trying to think if it's gonna be New Year anywhere. I can't remember, because I know Ontario and the rest of the states is only 2 hours difference. Florida would be, I think, 2 hours as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think so yet. So, but yeah, no, I wanted to do this live like this. I haven't really been live on YouTube as much. I've been focusing on TikTok, and I really should get back to YouTube more. Which, I still post the videos for you guys. I haven't been live on here in a while. And, it's just nice. And to be honest, like, the lives here are much nicer than there. All good. Actually, I need to get a drink really quick. Hey, Saber, I know you're completely out because your meds, like, knock you out, but... Oh, hey, you're awake. Kind of. You just stretched. Happy New Year, Jason. Oh, look at this tired boy. Look at this boy. He's 24 years old. Mwah. Hi, buddy. Hang on. I'll be right back, Saber. Oh. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a drink. Actually, I'm going to grab a couple drinks so that I don't have to get up again. With any luck. Yeah, Saber, just stay right there. I'll be right back. Alright, here we go. Okay, I'm going to grab that. And I'll grab my last crush. Frick, I've been running out of drinks in my fucking fridge. That's okay. Hi, Saber. See, like I said, I'd be right back, and I'm right back. Hey, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. Hey, you're a good boy. There we go. Okay, now I am back. So, yeah, no, It's so nice actually to see. Wow, we have 8 viewers right now. That's absolutely amazing. But only 4 likes. Come on, tap that like button. It'll help. Every little bit helps, because the more interactions it is, the more that YouTube will actually want to push it out. All that different stuff, right? It just welcome to trying to play with the algorithm of YouTube and TikTok and stuff like that. Now, Saber, why are you leaving, sir? Why are you leaving? Ah, hey, Scott. Happy New Year, dude. Nice to see you in the chat. It's been a while. And, oh yeah, Kenneth, it's one of those things. I deal with so many trolls. It's ridiculous of these people. And a lot of the time, it's just self-reflection on themselves when they're doing stuff like this. Because they're lashing out and, stuff like that. Okay, you're in Toronto. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you're Eastern time, and I know that one all too well. Because everything on TV, it's like, oh, it's an Eastern time. We got to convert it ourselves to Mountain time every time since I was a child on TV. But it's, just sitting here having a good time. See, I wish I could have music going at the same time, but I can't because this is YouTube. TikTok, I can. That's one of the reasons why I like doing TikTok. Is I can play music, but here on YouTube I cannot. So it'd be a little sad that way, a little sad. But that's okay. There we go. But how's everybody in the chat doing tonight? I hope you all are having an absolutely wonderful night. I know I am overall. I haven't really done too much today. I wanted to get stuff done, but I mean, I did sell a part, but I mean, basically, that money is gone pretty much. That $40 just evaporated pretty quick. So, and any of the money in my bank account pretty much evaporated pretty quick. I will hopefully be getting money soon. I have some propositions that will be hopefully getting me some cash with like parts and stuff like that. So, with any luck, fingers crossed. Oh, for sure. And it's one of those things, like, because whenever you guys see me react to trolls, it's not actually, I'm not actually offended at all. But what I am doing is I am feeding the algorithm so that, more people will see the content. That's all I do when I react to those trolls. But as you see, I do it in a way to where it's like, hey, hopefully it teaches them a lesson and they can just piss off and realize this is not your mark. You're not going to get anything good out of me. So good luck. But yeah, and I, just deal with a lot of it. And it's fine. It's fine. Hi, Rascal. Come here, bud. Hey, where are you going? Hey, I'm trying to call you. Where are you going, sir? Okay, that's not coming here, sir. Hey, Rascal. Hey, don't claw the frickin'... No. Damn cat. I'm trying to claw Dad's chair. That's no good, sir. That's no good. You don't do that. You do not do that. That's why I grabbed you by the scruff of the neck, you bastard. Right? I mean, I love my cats, but sometimes, especially this one can be really annoying. But I love them. I love them to pieces. But, like, sir, you're 16. You should be a little more mature by now, eh? Like, hell, you're at legal age to drive there, sir. How does that make you feel? No, and whoa, we're at 12 viewers. That's freaking amazing. Let's go, guys. Woo! Yeah. I love it. And also, to cap off a good day, the Flames won. They barely held on to that, though, because holy crap, did Philadelphia surge back in that game. I was quite surprised that the Flames were able to hold on to that victory. But I am so happy to see that. Well, oddly enough, like, actually, Saber, he's actually very mature. But he's also 24, so there's that. But this little bugger here, he ooh, I caught that. Wow. Talk about having your phone in the right place at the right time. Oh yeah, Saber's very old, and then this little bugger is 16, so he's pretty old for a cat too. Eh? Because most cats, you're lucky if you have them for like 12 to 14 years. So he's over the average age of, the cats, and then Saber is quite the outlier for that. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, and I was watching that game, and like, it was so nice because Huberto finally got a point. He's no longer snake bitten, which is wonderful. Hopefully that'll contribute to a lot more points from him. Just because, like, he's looked fantastic over the past couple of games. But, it's one of those things where he hasn't been getting points. So, you had 3 cats that made it into their 20s. Nice job. Wow. That's one of those things, like, you don't typically get cats to live to that age almost ever. Like, my boy, yeah, he's 24, but that's rare. Like, we didn't think he would make it this long. But yet, he's fine. Like, he does have his issues. Like, he's got kidney issues. He's got issues with his leg. I have to give him medications every day. Both for his kidneys and just for painkillers. I gotta give him those as well. And he's pretty good. Other than that. But that also means, like, you took care of your cats, too, which is awesome to hear that. Because, a cat has had a really good life if they're living into their 20s. You just know that. Because stress is a big part of it. And, we haven't really had too much stress for him. Although, some of the moves we've had or whatever may have been a little stressful for him. Because, like, we moved a bunch of times in Lethbridge, and then we moved, up into Coaldale as well, and then up here finally. So, see, I don't have. The problem is I'm in Canada. Cash App doesn't. I can't have Cash App in Canada. It doesn't work. It's not on our. It's region specific, unfortunately. Like, if you're wanting to donate money, you can donate it straight through here, and I will get it, or get the bulk of it in about, in about a month. So, which would be fantastic. Like I said, you don't have to. And I don't expect anybody to. If people do, that'd be incredible, but like I said, I don't expect it, so don't worry about it. Oh, that's awesome! No, seriously, that is incredible. Hi, Saber. Are you wanting back up? Your spot kinda got taken by a kitten there, sir. Hey? Your spot got taken by a kitten. See? There's a kitten. I don't think he's gonna stay here very long, though. Hey? You're not gonna stay here very long, are you? No. I can already feel it. You wanna leave. Well, then leave. Go. I will take Saber back. Hey, Saber! Saber! Yeah, there he goes. Just like that. Hi, buddy. Come here. Oh, big fat cat. Oh, there we go, buddy. Oh, what are you doing, sir? Oh, you're just a tired old man. They're just a little drugged out. Hey, hi, buddy. Look at him. Hey, sir. There you go. Because I get it. You're a little drugged out, so you're a little whoopy, like loopy and drowsy and stuff. Yes, that is Saber. He's, like I said, that's my oldest cat. I've only got the 2, so. So I'm currently drinking mixed berry Powerade at the moment. And yeah, and hey, well, Kenneth, like, the one thing is, if you choose to donate, that is totally awesome, and I would be very appreciative. But if you can't, no worries. Like, don't worry about it. As tough as it is for cash at the moment, it's okay. I wouldn't get the money till, like I said, the end of next month anyways from YouTube. So But the more money that gets put in there, the more I'll get, because it'll get accumulated for the next about 2 weeks or so, and then I'll know exactly how much I'll get for a YouTube paycheck. Which this one's going to be actually a decent paycheck from YouTube, so I can't wait for that. Oh yeah, like he's a very, like you would not expect him in that way. And hey, Jason, Happy New Year, dude! And you're in Saskatchewan, so you are actually, with the time change with you. Hang on, are you an hour or 2 hours ahead? Because I know it's weird with Saskatchewan because they don't do the time change like we do in Alberta. Yeah, but because it gets a little confusing with Saskatchewan because of that. I wish here in Alberta we didn't do it either, but oh well. All of Canada should just like adopt what Saskatchewan has done. Oh, your cat died 2 years ago? I'm sorry to hear that. That's sad. Okay, it's 10 o'clock there, so it's only an hour difference. Okay, right now. Me? No. I am Mountain Time. So, I'm in Alberta, which is just like above Montana. So, yeah. Daylight savings definitely does suck. I don't like it at all, but I wish we just stay. You know, like when we change in the summertime, it should just stay as that, because then you get the longer days and stuff. So it is 9:06 at the moment. So 9:05, yeah, 9:06. But yeah, no, and it's just been a good time. What? Okay, Rascal's just staring at me like, sir, what is it? What? You can come up here too if you want. Rascal, come here. You kind of wanted to leave and you left me, so that's on you, sir. That's on you. Yeah, so okay, so we definitely have 11 o'clock and stuff like that, so it's cool. Kill. So from now, basically, and over the next, how many hours is that? 1, 2, 3. So over the next 4 hours, each top of the hour, I'm gonna say Happy New Year. Just so that we get all the time zones that currently where it's not New Year anymore, because it's New Year everywhere except for the Americas at the moment. So, you know, and it'll be actually in about half hour. It'll actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in PEI, or is that in an hour and a half? I can't remember how it goes with PEI's time, but that's fine. Weirdly, so I was live on TikTok earlier today, and just going for a drive out to Olds really quick, and then came back. And I'm in Olds, right? And I'm live in the parking lot at Walmart, and then all of a sudden I see, wait a minute, there's a Ford, oh god, what are those freaking wagon SUV things called? I can't remember what they're called, but Ford Edge, maybe? No, Edge is the roundish one. It's the really square one. I can't think of the name of it. But anyways, it had a Prince Edward Island plate on it, which surprised me. I'm like, really? You know, PEI here in Alberta? What are you doing here? Like, you're a long way from home. So that was kind of interesting to see, especially this time of year too. But I don't think so. They would have made them up until like a few years ago. Like, not that long. Like, I think they made them up until at least 2019. I think. Again, super square. Flex, that's the one. Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. But yeah, and I saw that, and it's just like, it had a PEI plate on it. I'm like, huh, like, you're a long way from home there, bud. But it was kind of cool to see, because again, I very rarely see a PEI plate. Very rarely. Oh yeah, like, the Flex is neat, to be honest. And hey, Kenneth, no worries. I figured, you know what? There's gonna be people that are fans of my YouTube channel that might not have anything to do tonight. So why not do a live and chat with y'all? Because I didn't have any plans either. So it's like, it's something for me to do, it's something for you guys to do. And I love to be able to contribute that way to my fans. So, because obviously I can't like do giveaways all the time because I don't have the money for that, and companies don't really want to do anything with me very much. It's very rare that I actually have companies reach out to me, and when they do, it's like it's stuff that has nothing to do with my channel. I'm like, guys, no, just no. Like the most recent one was the King Bolin. Like King Bolin reached out to me and they did a battery analyzer, and they actually still watch my content, which is kind of cool. Every once in a while, you'll see, I think it's Sandy, if I'm not mistaken, her name is, from King Bolin. She'll comment on the videos every now and then. It's kind of cool. So I'll give it time, I'm sure. I know that like once I have like a really good following, because I'm not quite even at 4,000 subscribers yet. Although January I'll hit it. I know that for sure. And like in January I'll hit 4,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible. To think about that. So yeah, and hey, Rascal. Hi, buddy. What you doing? And because it'd be nice, like, hey, you know what would be great is if I could just get a gas sponsor. You know, I'd shout them out like every freaking 5 minutes in a video. I don't care. If I was getting free gas all the time, hell yeah, that'd be dope. But that's not gonna happen though. Because right now, actually, I'm this time of year always costs you more money than you think it's going to, and then I believe he did have. What do you mean? 4.1 something art? What? What are you talking about, Scott? I'm confused. I can puzzle there, Scott. But 4.1 something art? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh no. No. I have never. Right now, I'm at 3,954. And last time I checked, I've been getting a boatload of subscribers lately. Like this is insane growth, which I'm getting very close to when I did that big junkyard tour almost 2 years ago now. For channel growth, which is incredible. I love it. I love to see it. But yeah, no, I've never had 4,100 subs. No. You probably saw it at 3,179, which would have been a few months ago. Yeah, because like I average about 100 subscribers a month, give or take, 120 or so. Right now, I'm at I think 167 subscribers this month, which is just like holy crap. You know, that's amazing. I didn't think that, but I've had some videos kind of do really well lately, so which is surprising. I didn't expect those videos to take off like they have, but yeah. Nice, Scott. Very nice. Well, and yeah, and it's one of these things, like, and I can't wait to show you guys, like, what's coming up next on the channel, because, you know, like, one of the next things, it's either going to be, so more diagnostics on the Capri, which is likely, or, if I actually get the money together so I can actually get there, which I might just call up Keith and say, hey, I know you might be interested in some of these cars, I can check them out for you, but I need gas money, can you send me the money for it? And then I'm sure he'd be more than happy to do that, because there's a few potential projects for Fox bodies in this estate sale, right? And I'm going to be actually filming the collection in the coming, hopefully days, but maybe weeks. So, yeah. See, now, okay. I just don't have the money for paint. Like, I can do rattle can stuff, but like a full paint job, no, because that'll take way too long. And I only have one reliable car at the moment, so because the car I'd want to paint is Stitch. The bodywork badly needs to be done on the Poltermark though, because holy crap, that is. I thought about it the other day. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this thing's so rusty. Like, I don't know what I want to do with this damn car. I genuinely don't. Like, I'm almost tempted because to just trade it away for that Eagle, like I'm going to initially. I'm very tempted to do that because at the very least, okay, I need to hook the exhaust back up. That's not a big deal. And I need to. I mean, that's really it. I think it's just that, and then hopefully it'd be a good car after that. So, because there was a bit where I was thinking, no, it's a bad idea to get that Eagle, but now I'm thinking, because I went from it's a good idea to it's a bad idea to now it's a good idea. Because I thought this Capri would be fixed by now. I still think, like, I don't know. The Eagle is cool. I've always wanted one. It's a dream car of mine, for sure. But, I don't know. I need to see the car. Before I make a decision, I need to see the Eagle. I just can't do it any other way, right? Before I make up my mind. So, all right. Hi, Saber. That's okay. You can fall back to sleep. I had to move. I'm sorry, bud. Okay? Go back to sleep. It's fine, dude. Nancy? Saber woke up. He's a happy boy. There you go. I can just have the entire stream of just me showing off the cat. There you go. Watch the views and likes go way up. Checking out the cat. But, yeah, no. It's, he's a good boy, though. He's a very good boy. Well, see, this is the thing. So, when it comes to a condition standpoint, I actually think the Eagle's in better shape. But the Capri's interior is in way better shape than what that Eagle's interior is. So there's that, too. I don't know what's all been done to this Eagle, really. I do have some insight into it, though. Like, I managed to track down the owner that actually imported it from BC. I managed to find him, not intentionally. I just posted that I might be getting this in an AMC group, and then this guy comments, and he has all the information for me. It's like, dude, thank you. He's also got a ton of AMC parts, so he said, like, he can hook me up if that's the case. So, I like the idea of the Eagle more than the Capri. Reason being, from a couple of standpoints, it is a generally better vehicle. I like the Capri, but, you know, it's one of these things where that thing needs so much in bodywork. Like, a lot of bodywork needs to be done to that car. And relatively soon, too. It's not going to be like a, hey, this will be a very quick thing to do. It's like, no. Because there's quite a bit of rust in that car. Nothing structural, but it's just all the body is just screwed on that car. So it's like, like the doors are rusty, the fenders are rusty, the quarters are rusty, the roof is rusty. Like, the only thing that isn't rusty is the hood. That's because I replaced the hood. Because the rusty hood is still in my shed, which I sold to a guy like 4 months ago. And also, I do need to give that guy an ultimatum. It's like, hey, you pick up this hood within the next like 2 or 3 weeks, or I am just gonna relist it. But I've also told the guy, like, hey, I can get it down to you if you pay for my gas and just a little bit extra for my time, which is not a lot. I can deliver it to you. I can strap it to the roof of my Mustang. I don't care. Like, pretty simple. And he's interested in other parts I have too. Like, he wants a wiring harness, which again, I can just deliver to him. It's not a big deal. He's down in Lethbridge. It's a long drive. Like, it's a 3.5 hour drive down there. So, and I like that drive. I love that drive. Plus, it would give me an excuse to see some old friends. And hey, Happy New Year, Steven! It's nice to see you in the chat. Very nice to see you in the chat. But, yeah, and I mean, a 240 SX Coupe, like, those, they can be pricey. So, 240SXs in general have just gone stupid in price. I remember when you could pick those up for next to nothing when I was a teenager. And it's sad, because I remember spotting one in a junkyard. I believe the head gasket had blown on it. But the junkyard would not sell the car. It was there for, like, parts. It's like, man, because it was a pretty complete car, too. But, you know. Yeah. Hey, Steven. And I am doing absolutely fantabulous, thank you. You know. But, yeah, so that's one of these things. So, like, I can deliver to the guy, and then plus, I grew up in Lethbridge. There's a few people that I could visit, no problem. Like, I'd probably want to try and visit Tracy. I'd want to visit probably my friend Sam if I can. Definitely. Oh god, there's so many down there. Like Eden, I'd love to see him as well, and just a few others. Like, it'd be great. Well, here's the thing. If that Eagle was a manual, I would have done everything in my power to get it here now. Genuinely. I would have figured it out, because I would much rather have a manual than an automatic, genuinely. Reason being, I like the drive manual, and plus, way better fuel economy than the 3-speed automatic in that Eagle. Way better. Like, that Capri outside, the only thing I'd be sacrificing between the two cars is fuel economy. Not that the Capri gets good fuel economy right now. Like, it's pretty bad. The fuel economy it gets is... So, let's see. That Capri, right now, because of the carburetor overfueling, it gets, like, frickin'... like, 16 miles to the gallon. It's awful. But the Eagle, if it's running optimal, it'll get about 21. And there's far more performance upgrades that I could do to that car just to make it a little better. You know, give it just a little bit more power. Like, honestly, I could, in the future, if I wanted to, just do a full 4-liter swap in it. You know? That'd be kind of cool. Upgrade it to a later, you know, transmission out of, like, a Cherokee. And do, like, have an overdrive transmission. That'd be great. You know, if I could find the parts, I would be tempted to do a manual swap on it, but... those parts would be unobtainium. There's no way in hell you're going to get them. Because it's one thing, okay, like, technically, yes. Can you get the swap parts from a Cherokee with a 4-liter? Absolutely. Or a Wrangler or whatever. Yeah, you could. But there's a problem. And the problem comes with the pedal box. Because the pedals, I don't believe, are the same between a Jeep and an Eagle. So that's where you get kind of stuck with trying to do that swap. You'd have to do, like, custom pedals, and then that becomes a pain in the ass at that point, and very expensive. So, but it's one of those things. Like, if it becomes, like, if it's a reasonable thing, I would do it, but I don't think it would be reasonable to actually do that to the car. Because it is an automatic, and that automatic is a variant of a Chrysler 904 tranny. It's got a 258 cubic inch inline 6 in it. It's carbureted. And what's so funny, it's an 81. Which, here's the screwed up part about me with cars. It makes no sense why, other than for fate purposes or something. I don't know how this works. But 1981 is the years that I get to where they are always, like, those are the cars that I'm attracted to, and those are the cars that I get, are 1981. Like, both my cars right now are 1981s. I have my Mustang and I have my Capri, both 81s. My dad's truck, that I pretty much made him buy this truck. He needed a vehicle badly. It was $375 and was a running, driving truck. Like, where can you go wrong with that? And it was actually a really good truck. It's funny that right after that, like, it was an 81 Dodge D150 with 225 slant 6 and a 727 tranny. Because he was borrowing my uncle's truck, which is a 77 C20 with a 350. It's an automatic, and it's got 410 rear gears. Like, the thing screamed on the highway at you. And fun fact, it actually got the best fuel economy going 94 kilometers an hour. So you can see how upset people would be behind you with that. So, or sorry, that wasn't an automatic. That one was a manual, but it was a 3-speed manual. Oh yeah, anything with a manual, it shoots it up in price. Like, what's stupid? So, my Mustang outside right now, if I was to actually list that car, which I'll never do, but if I listed that car, how much could I expect out of it? No joke, I could probably get about 10 grand for it because it's a stick. Which is dumb. It's like, no. I was getting offers of 6 grand when it was bone stock. And that was just people looking because they wanted a clean body, which that thing is a pretty clean body. You're not going to get much cleaner than that. And then also, because people would just swap the motor out. So, and yeah, because not a lot of people like that in inline six. I do. I'm a weird one that way, but if you actually swap out the inline six, it's actually more work for you than just retaining the inline six and building it. No word of a lie. It's actually easier at this point because I've already done all the hard work. Plus, I mean, that thing would be prime if somebody really wanted to, though. Like, here's the thing. Because somebody could build a motor and throw out there, let's do, like, somebody could build that motor a bit and build it to, like, 200 horsepower, put a little turbo on it, and make over 300 foot-pounds of torque. The thing would be just so much fun. That way, right? Oh, yeah, and that's the one thing, like, automatics are nice. Like, they are. I don't mind automatics. I just prefer manuals, 100%. But I don't, like, look down on people if they have an automatic. That's just not who I am. I'd much rather, you know, have a manual, though. There's a whole reason why I swapped my fucking car to a manual. But it took me forever to find those parts, so there's that. Oh, that was a fail. Nah, it's fine. I rolled around with the automatic in my Mustang for a long time. And that auto, like, it was just a C4 automatic, which was okay. It wasn't amazing. You know, it was smooth shifting and everything, but it screamed at you on the highway and stuff. And it had, like, no performance with that. I went to the T5, world of difference. Although my shift points are, like, when it comes to, not necessarily, I shouldn't say shift points, but the gear ratios are almost identical between the two. It just, I happen to have a fifth gear between a C4 and a T5. But, like, if it was an AOD or if it was a later T5, different story, right? Oh yeah, like, and manuals are a ton of fun. I've driven a few different manual cars. I've driven an 08 Civic with a manual. I've driven my Mustang, obviously, with a manual. I've driven my buddy's Mustang with a manual. I've driven my other buddy's Mustang with a manual. I've driven my buddy's Cosworth Vega with a manual. And my dad's truck also had a manual, too. Not his D150, his 98 Ram 1500. Or 99 Ram, I should say. That thing was a load of fun. Because, okay, this truck was a single cab long box rear wheel drive 355 gears NV 3500 5-speed 318. That thing was a rocket of a truck. And it was so much fun. And the interesting part is, because, like, I kind of made my dad also buy that one too, because he needed a vehicle. Like, he couldn't just keep renting the frickin' rental car, because they weren't going to really do that for too long. So that was kind of a gamble too. And yeah, and learn manual and an 88 Ranger. So actually, 88 Rangers, didn't they have, like, Mazda, like, weird Mazda transmissions in them? Because I know a friend of mine has a 91 Ranger with the 2.9 and V6. She has this, again, it's a weird Mazda transmission. It's not a T5. Which you thought they would have just put T5s behind them, but they didn't. So, it's a little interesting. And she's rebuilding that truck right now. Because unfortunately in the summertime, she got cut off on the highway by a BMW driver, and she overcorrected, wound up in the guardrail. So, Like, that was just, that really sucked. And this truck, like, I didn't think she was actually going to be able to save it, but she did. Like, I'm very impressed with what she's done. Like, she says she's so inspired by what I do. I'm like, no, girl, you are the one that's inspiring, because look at what you did. Right now, and I understand, so that's not exactly all you fixing that, but you had a part of it, and you had the vision to fix this truck, because it was bad, bad. Like, she hit on the driver's side. The let's see, the control arms and everything were all bent up on that side. We actually had to do some redneck sort of bodywork to get a wheel on the front of it. But yeah, it was just one of those things. But now it's like she's got it pretty close. Now it only needs a few things. Yeah, oh yeah, it got hit hard, like very hard. Hood was bent. Surprisingly, though, I will say, hood got bent. The the fender got absolutely screwed. The headlight got messed up. The grill got messed up. Um, and so it's interesting because they had to, like, cut that entire structure out, because it wasn't just the fender that did it. The sort of like the main area that you bolt into, that was also bent up really bad too. So we had a backhoe with a chain that we straightened that out a bit, and then had a couple of sledgehammers. I took a couple whacks at it, and then I gave it to Nat, just like, here, take out some of your frustrations on this. And she just freaking wails on this thing. It's like, whoo, yeah, you were definitely upset, which I would be too. Like, don't get me wrong. If somebody made that happen to my car, I would not be happy at all. And now, what engine do you have in your V6 Ranger Danger? Do you have a 4-liter? Do you have a 3-liter? Those would be the only two V6s, I think. I think so. Yeah. What you got? You've got the 4-liter. Oh, okay. So those motors, actually, they're not bad motors. The Achilles heel to them, though, is their timing chains. Because I'm sure you're aware, that thing has front and rear timing chains on that motor for some dumbass reason. I don't know why they did that. And to change the rear timing chain, like, you can do it with the engine in, but it makes it so much easier to pull the engine out. So, but they have these stupid plastic guides on the timing chains. Like, why do we need this? Why do we need plastic guides? Because you know what we used to do with timing chains? We didn't need guides for them. It was fine if it happened to slop a little bit. And what did he send me? 73 Torino Ground Sport Project. Why is he saying that to me? That's interesting. I'll have to look at that after I'm done live, but, like, I'm live there, Keith. I can't do that right now. So, but I don't know if he's interested in a Torino, which that'd be kind of cool. The ad is a 73 Torino that he sent me on Kijiji. And I can't look at it right now because, obviously, I'm live with you folks. So, yeah, if he sent me pictures, I might be able to look at it somewhat, but not at the moment. And I couldn't even try and pull it up anywhere. I don't have anything to do that with, sadly. Like, actually, maybe, but, no, that, oh, damn it, it's over there. Wonder if it'll work that way. Hang on. Let's try this. I'm going to try something. I need to reach the controller, though, and there's a cat in my lap, so this is get challenging. Because I don't want to move the cat. There we go. Okay, I reached it. You have over 300K on it? That's pretty good. I have one of those, actually. It's very good. Because I'm going to try and see what this vehicle is that he sent me. It's on Kijiji. It's going to be under... Was it under Classic Cars? Yes, it's under classic cars. 73 Gran Torino. I think I actually know which one this is. Oddly enough. So let me see. Does the browser still work on the PlayStation 3? Because I don't know why they got rid of the browser on the PS4. Internet browser, please. Internet browser. Come on. Computer. There we go. Yeah. I mean, I actually got it from, I got it from Olds, technically, but... Let's see if that works. But I can get it here in town, though. Ah, here we go. Yay, it will work. Cool. Wait, what do you mean the page cannot be displayed? No, no, stop that. I want to go back. There we go. Why? Oh, why? Ah, so you can do kind of that, but you can't do much else. Okay, screw it. That's not gonna work. I'll just have to wait till after live, which is fine. Because I'm not gonna pause the live just for that. But yeah, like, I can get Seafoam locally. But it's like, Seafoam got expensive. Like, when did that happen? When did Seafoam get to be $17 a can? Like, that's stupid. Seafoam used to be, like, $12. What happened to that? Not that I like using Seafoam. I really don't. I prefer Marvel Mystery Oil. It's better. It's better. It's better. But yeah, it's one of those deals. And like, and I did that because, and now the one thing is, because there was one comment that said that's not going to clean out your tank. It's like, actually it can. It's not a surefire thing to clean out your tank though, but it can actually work. So, it's one of those things. It can help break down those rust particles. And actually, here's a question for my YouTube audience here. Does anybody know of anything out there that I could put in the gas tank of that car, but not only put in the gas tank of that car, but also have it to where it will be okay with the gas, but break down any of the particles within it? Because that'd be curious, because I'm assuming I'd have to, like, take all the fuel out and then put some sort of additive in there. Like, oh, what's the name of that shit? Like, honestly, if this was and I wish, like, something that I wish for that car. For all cars should have this. And that's what I loved when I owned the Civic. So, and unfortunately, the gas tank is actually what destroyed the Civic project. And there's a reason why I don't have it anymore. Because if I had that, I probably wouldn't have the Capri. And I'd just be driving around in the Civic. Because it'd be so much fun. But the problem, or like the nice thing about the Civic was dropping the tank. Oh god, that was a breeze. 4 bolts, it came right out. You didn't have to worry about the filler neck, nothing. There was also a drain plug in the gas tank. Like, who would have thunk that that would have been a great idea to add to your gas tank? Like, genius. Genius. Because they knew that, hey, you might have to drain this and replace this at some point. They had the foresight of that, which is good. Or even just drain it out, like, because you might store it in the summertime or something. Or, like, in the wintertime or something. So, yeah. Power steering that I found at work last night. Oh, I think I did get that picture from you, because I was kind of confused by the picture. I'm like, why are you sending me this? And like, okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know what? Really quick here. You know what? No, I'll wait. It's not a big deal. I'll wait. I wish there was a way that I could do that. Is there a browser on the PS4? I don't think there is. Let's try. Let's see. Is there a browser on the PS4? Because the one on the PS3 no longer works anymore, sadly. It's PS3. It's just old now. Even though PS4 is kind of old too. That's fine. That's fine. Let me take a look. And, hey, we've already been live for 1 hour. Yay! 1 hour down, many more to go. Because like I said, I don't want to end until I say Happy New Year to the East Coast, or to the West Coast. Which again is 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So, it's a few more hours still. Let's see here. Internet browser. Ha! There is one. Yay! Yay! No, not YouTube. Not YouTube. No. Gee. There we go. Oh, it's actually pretty quick, too. Alright. Alrighty. Cool. Okay, now change the, I can look this up. Haha! Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Actually, let's go back. Let's go Alberta dot Kijiji dot ca. There we go. I didn't want it Red Deer. I wanted Alberta. So it makes it easier. There we go. Okay, now I can look up Kijiji on my PS4. Haha! Success. Alright. I want to see this 73 Torino he sent me, because, like, why is he interested in a 73 Torino? I didn't think he'd be interested in that. 1973 Torino. No. Because I think I know which one it is. Because he typically doesn't send stuff to me that he's not interested in. It's got to be that one. It's in Edmonton. It's $1,000. Yeah, that's the only one. Oh, it's a two-door, too. And it's... Hang on a minute. Oh, it's got one ugly hood scoop on it. Ooh, hang on. I'll have to show you guys this. Because this is, Let's read the ad. It's kind of hard to read because it's small text, but at least... Oh, give me full screen. Full screen. There we go. That'll make it bigger. And... No, I want that. I want that back. Or just... No! Where did my search go? Okay, it's down there. It's down there. Okay. Whew. I was like, don't do that. No! I gotta do that all over again. Fuck. This is annoying to do this on the PS4. I just want to see this ad for this Torino. I can see why he might be interested in it. Because the fact that, like, some of the information I was reading, because, okay, no, it's not that. That's not what I was looking for. Okay, get out of that. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Yay. Okay, there we go. I found it. Again, I didn't realize that stuff. Okay, so let's see. She's rotten, not running, but she's a start if you're into the Ford. It's got a 390 automatic, so it'd be a C6. Posy rear end, messed up interior, have keys and ignition and door locks. It's a two-door. That's one ugly hood scoop on it. But I dig it. Which, now they say rotten, but how rotten actually is it? It's got a one ugly-ass wing on it, too. Oh my god. Hang on. Okay. I will show you guys the car that my buddy sent me. And, give me 1 second here. Let's do this. No, let's do... There we go. That's what it is. So this is this Torino that he sent me. So you can see this really garish hood scoop on it. It happens to be a 73 Grand Torino 2-door with a 390 under the hood. No pictures of the interior, no pictures of the outside. Or like of the, I shouldn't say outside, but of the engine bay. But it doesn't look that horrible, like up top anyways. Looks pretty good. It's got hood pins. It did have the, somebody set it up with the Starsky and Hutch Torino stripe on it. You can kind of see it there. But then you see this really bad looking spoiler on the back. Like, just, I'm not a fan of that. But it's only $1,000. Interesting. That one is kind of cool overall. Okay, there we go. But like, is he gonna go check that one out? It's in Killam, Alberta. I don't know the seller though. But that thing is cool, actually, and that would be something that I'd be interested in. Yeah, like, I'm not a fan of the spoiler, I'm not a fan of that hood scoop, but everything else I like about it. And he did say that the interior is just trash on it, but that'd be interesting. You know what? I could just really quick, hang on, I'm just gonna send him a text back. I'm like, that's cool. Wonder how rusted it is. There we go. Sorry, we're just setting that text. I don't know what his what he's wanting to do with it. Like, does he want it? Because I would. That's something I would drive. I didn't think he would drive that, but he likes his old Fords and stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it's not really his speed. He likes his Fox bodies more. Well, I don't see if I can find anything else here on Kijiji and see what's up. But yeah, it's only $1,000. It's like, that shouldn't last too long, especially with a Posy 9-inch too. Like, oh hey Kevin, thank you so much, and as well, Happy New Year to you, dude. I'm glad you enjoy, and I'll definitely do a lot more inline six content. Like, I don't know, will I ever get a V8 on the channel again? Stay tuned. I'm not sure. I might, or at least if I do, it's not gonna be my car though. So like, that's the thing, because I like V8s. Don't get me wrong, but they can be rough to try and run that way. No, so the inline sixes in my cars. So the F-150s had a 300 cubic inch, or otherwise known as a 4.9 liter inline six. Early ones could also get a 240 cubic inch inline six, which that would have been a, oh god, what was a 240? That would have been a 4 liter, 3.9, something like that. And so, anyways, those are a much different engine. They're a much taller deck. They share almost nothing in common with my engines. My engines are 200 cubic inch inline sixes, which they're all within the same family of the 144, the 170, the 200, and the 250. Although the 250 is a different deck height. But everything else is the same, and bell housings are slightly the same depending on which block you have, and all that different stuff. Well, I don't think it's gone up with this stream. Not yet. Or if it has, it's cool. I won't know until after the stream, to be honest. Because the thing is, I was at 3,957, I think, before I started the stream, so. Yeah. It is one of those things. And, like, because the inline sixes are cool, they're fun, they're kind of underpowered. Although my Mustang now actually makes a decent amount of power. It's not, like, fast or anything, but it's fun. But yeah, like the 306 is just totally different. Although you can actually swap the carburetors between the 306 and the 206, which I do want to do on my Capri. Yeah, and so like, and the thing is, the big difference between them, the big difference between the 200, like as an example, the baby sixes and the big sixes. Well, you like the Ford like big six, which is the 240 and the 300. Those actually have a removable intake on them. While these 200s don't. They're like all the small sixes all have their intake cast into the head, unless if you happen to have one of the rarer Argentinian heads and one of the rarer like there's Brazilian heads as well that were removable intake, and there's also the Australian heads that are removable intakes as well. For those. What did she send me? I can't look at that right now, honey. I thought it would have been more important. I can't look at that right now. Here, I'll take a screenshot, and I'll send it to her. And I'll just send that to her and go, YouTube. There we go. There, I just sent that to her. Hopefully she'll jump in the chat. Is to avoid part from Mexico. Huh? What do you mean? They didn't... So with these inline sixes, they didn't do any much in Mexico, but like, and Mexican-made parts, it's whatever. Like, there's some cool Mexican cars out there, though. Like, Mexico-only vehicles. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. When you see stuff on Kijiji. Hey, Taylor! Not that it's New Year yet for us, but Happy New Year! See, okay, here's something funny. Scott, nobody makes good parts anymore. Genuinely. It doesn't matter if it comes from the States, Canada, Mexico, Indonesia, China. They're all crap. Like, they'll all have issues. 100%. So, but yeah, actually, something I just found on Kijiji. Oh my god. This thing has a massive freaking wide body on this Monza. This thing is incredible. I love it. I love it. Ooh. Ooh, I like it. It's very expensive, though. But if this is actually an old IMSA race car, then I get why. Let's see. What does it say in the ad? Yes, I am searching Kijiji for classic cars that I can't afford. It's fine. Let's see. Extremely rare IMSA V8 Monza. This car was parked in the 90s at some point. Body is good. Fiberglass. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. Yeah, hang on. I can show you it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, flip the camera. Zoom in. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to study this camera. It's difficult. Oh yeah, it's 7. Well, the Monza. Did they make the Monza in the 80s? I don't think they did. Like, it's a Chevy Monza. But there's a picture of it doing a burnout back in the day. And yeah, they want. Hang on. They want $12,900 for the 75 Monza. So, and it might be worth that. Although it actually says it's pending right now, so somebody liked it enough. No, go back in there. I want the full screen back. There we go. Okay, R3 is zoom. Okay, God, no, I don't want it zoomed that much. Okay, yeah, okay, this is fine. This is fine. We're gonna roll with this. I don't know how to zoom back out, so now I'm zoomed in permanently. Cool. And yes, I'm using the browser on my PS4 because this is what I've got right now. This is what I've got. But yeah, no, it's just having a good time. Like, And this is the time of year where you're actually going to see, like, very shortly here, you're going to see all the cool project cars up. Like, it's not actually surprising to see that IMSA Monza as an example for sale right now. Just because of, this is the time of year to sell it. As weird as that sounds, you think, wait a minute, why now? Why not later? Well, that's due to the fact that, okay, it's just after Christmas now. People are going to want their projects, and they're going to want something they can drive in the spring. So, boom. Why the YouTubes instead of TikTok? Because YouTube, I don't really have to deal with trolls, and my YouTube community is better than my TikTok community. This is why. That, and also, I wanted to do this on YouTube instead of TikTok, just due to the reason that I like my fans better on here than on TikTok. And hey, Guns and Gears, how goes it, dude? Happy New Year, dude. How goes it? Okay, well, when you said 80s, I was thrown off by that because I'm like, didn't they end in like 79 or 80? So, because normally when I hear like 80s, that way it's like, hey, into the 80s, not just 1980 model year. That's all. But, like, I know those cars. I know how much of a pain in the ass it is to put a V8 in them, too. Like, because some of them had 305s, which those ones are easy, because they already have 305s. But, if you want to put headers on them, especially, you need to swap the K-member. I am not kidding. It's stupid. Like, why would you want one of those if you can't put headers on it without swapping the K-member? I know a dude who makes the K-members, though. He lives in Calgary. He actually has a Monza as well. Yes, I are. How are you doing tonight? You know, I am just enjoying my time here. And, oh, that thing's back for sale again. That weird chopped F-150 that just, it looks weird. Let's see, is there anything really cool on Kijiji that I want to actually look at, or no? Not that I'm buying anything, I like to look. I like to look. But yeah, I am doing absolutely fantabulous. Thank you, Guns and Gears. How goes it with you? Yeah, no, that's fair, Scott. Like, I wasn't too... I couldn't really remember 100% when they stopped production on the Monza. And... because it wasn't made for that long. Although, it's rare to find one that's stock. They're all modified. Every single one. They were all made into drag cars back in the day. And, you know, you find a stock one, it's just like, holy crap. That's a unicorn. But, yeah, no. I'm just sitting here and I'm hoping, you know, in the next while that I actually can get enough monies. Because, now the one thing is, I am hopefully, because I got a text from last night, actually, from the person who's doing the estate sale of their father's car collection. It's near Calgary. And as a result, I just need to get money together to afford the gas to actually get the car out to the location. So once I can do that, I just need to sell some parts, hopefully, in the next little bit, and then I'll be good. Be good to go. It'll be fun. It'll be good. It'll be grand. You know? And it'll be cool, because, like, there's all that stuff, because actually, Taylor saw the pictures of that stuff. There's a few Fox bodies. I think there's 5 Fox bodies. There is a G-body El Camino in there. There is a bunch of other stuff. So, yeah. But, you know, in time, hopefully. Hopefully. Because they said that they're ready, that they can show it. It's like, okay. So now I just got to get the money together. I told them, it's like, you know, I just need a bit more cash. That's all. Because if it was like a couple weeks ago, then different story. When I first texted them, different story. I could have afforded it, but I can't right now. Ooh, I just found a 69 Pontiac Acadian out in Water Valley, which is, like, not that far from me, for sale. With a 6-cylinder. Is it a 4-door or a 2-door? Let's see. Being 9 grand or 8 grand, I'd assume is a 2-door. But let's take a look. Which, you know, the car that's a Pontiac, but is really just a Chevy with different trappings on it. Oh, it's a 4-door. Wah wah. Still cool though. Am I on Twitter? I don't post on it. I am on there technically. I never post on it though. So there's 0 point to actually follow me on Twitter. Because that's to go backwards, right? I think so. Yeah, there we go. I press the right button. Yay! But no, I'm not on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I have Facebook. I have TikTok. That's what I've got. So, because Twitter is like kind of useless, I find. It's like, what's the point? And for me, there is 0 point to posting on Twitter. For me, because what does it do for me? Nothing. Hey! Happy New Year! Yay! It's New Year over there. So that's one. One down. One New Year down. 3 more to go. 3 more. Yay! I'd like, you know, if I had like one of those party streamers, you know, go, I do that, but I don't. And hey, Brady, how goes it? Happy New Year, dude. Yay! So 1 down. So 1 hour down. 3 more to go. Like I said, I'm gonna be alive to at least 1 in the morning. Maybe afterwards. No, go back. There we go. So yeah. And hey, Shane, happy New Year, dude. So if you're wondering when I say Shane, Shane is VCMD Propulsion. That's my buddy Shane. So he's a good guy. He's kind of when it comes to engineering, he's kind of insane, but he knows what he's doing. So he actually did a cylinder deactivation on his Lincoln Mark 7. So that's how it actually gets around the California emissions crap, apparently. So it's cool though. I am doing fantabulous, thank you. I am just currently, you know, searching Kijiji for cool classic cars, chatting with y'all, and like I actually haven't jumped on Kijiji in a hot minute, so it's always nice to see what's about. Because I think the last thing I did was I reposted an ad. That's all I've done on Kijiji in the past like month. So I've been mostly just focused on Facebook Marketplace for stuff, for finds more. No, not yet. This is YouTube, not TikTok. TikTok, you actually get the trolls. YouTube, it's very rare that you get trolls, to be honest. It can happen. Don't get me wrong. And if it happens, I'll take care of them. It's not a big deal. But that's why, like, I don't need, like, where on TikTok I can actually use a bunch of moderators. Here, I don't need them. So, as much. It's kind of nice. Oh, yeah, we don't have emissions testing here in, the Berta either. So, it's nice. But, you know, and like, and he actually is one of the go-to guys. If you want to build a super coupe, he's actually the guy to talk to because he's the one that kind of has done this a time or two. Not too bad. Not too bad. Could be worse. No, wait a minute. Is this? Oh my god! I found kind of a cool car. I've seen this thing for sale before, actually. But it's still for sale, and this would be dope to own. I would own this in a heartbeat if I could actually afford the gas in it. Oh god, I would drive this. So let's see. Actually, hang on. I could do this. Okay. Flip the camera. Happy New Year, Steven! Alright, flip the camera. And zoom in. Ah, do not fall, do not fall, do not fall, do not fall. Okay, so that is in the way. Can I make that out of the way? There we go. Okay, that works. So what I'm looking at right now, just as an ad that I found on Kijiji, it is a 78 Grand Marquis wagon. Look at this thing. Look at this freaking thing. It's massive. Like, this thing is like 20 or 21 feet long. It's ridiculous. It's huge. But it's amazeballs. Are we gonna do that? Or have it in the full sort of picture that way? See, that's not a bad shout. With this, it's actually okay. It depends on how it looks underneath, but actually, this thing doesn't look to be in bad shape. Let's see. Let's scroll down to the description, shall we? Oh, Saskatchewan card. That's the reason why this has been for sale for so long. It comes from Saskatchewan. 468 passenger wagon. Has rust in one door, dent in one fender. Oh, there's no engine in it either. Dude, you don't have any value here, dude. Go put a 460 back in this thing, get it running. You might be able to get the $1,200 you're asking, but right now that's a $600 car. Sorry, dude. That's a $600 car. Ah, there we go. We are back. But yeah, no, it's one of those, like, because people will ask too much money, and that's fine. But like, he's asking even too much to try and negotiate it down. With no motor and Saskatchewan car, it's yeah. Oh, hey, no worries, Scott. Thank you so much for being out. Thank you so much for the well wishes as well. Happy New Year to you as well, and hope to see you very soon in the comment section as well. And I'll try and do more live streams here on YouTube, but I just haven't been doing near as many. I've been mostly focused on TikTok, so for the live streams. But okay, and as well, Happy New Year, Guns and Gears, and good night, dude. Hope to see you soon. Peace out, you two. No, all the people are leaving. That's sad. But that's okay. Not a big deal. Like I said, I'm going to be here if there's no viewers or anything. I will be here until it is... until it is freaking 1 o'clock my time. You know, so yeah. Okay, this cat is getting hot on my lap. Sir, you are very, very warm. I need the coolness off the window. There we go. Which, now did it rain? Actually, ooh, it didn't. Okay, that's good. Because they were calling for rain, and I saw the clouds. Like, they look really ugly, too. So, which, oh, I'm hearing fireworks. Can I see them from here? Nope, I cannot. That's okay. It's not a big deal. I'd have to actually drive to find the, find the fireworks. You can probably hear them, too. But it's kind of surprising that they actually do fireworks here in town, just because it's such a small town. Like, you'd think you'd have to go out to, like, Olds for them. Or just people firing off fireworks. Like, I'm sure at midnight I'll hear fireworks. And I'll hear fireworks all night long. I can almost guarantee it. Let's see. Is there anything else in here? And yes, very, very, very toasty. But that's one of those things when you have a sleeping old cat on your lap. Like, see? It's a fat cat. Very sleepy. Very sleepy. You puppy. Ah, what? What's that about? Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I can look at that later. I'll look at that later. And I'll look at that later. There we go. All right. So, because I'm trying to think of, okay, I know the next things of what I want to do, sort of thing, for like on the cars, but I'm wondering what I should actually video next on the YouTubes, because there will also be once I hit 4,000 subscribers, there will be a celebration video. I'll be doing donuts in the snow, 100%. Same location that I did it with my convertible, but it's gonna be different because I have the inline six, so it's gonna be slightly different sounds, and also, if I do it right, I'll actually have 2 different camera views instead of just one. You know, it's funny that you mentioned 670 blower. You know that I could get a 671 blower for free if I put it on Stitch. Genuinely. But the problem with a 671 blower on Stitch is that it takes 90 horsepower to properly turn that thing. My car only makes like 120. You know, it's like, it's totally useless. I'd have to make like 10 pounds of boost just to get the stock power of it. Like, useless to do. Kind of cool, but absolutely useless. But, well, because, like, I do know that, so, okay. Like, yeah, like, you'd have to. Like, you'd have to build out the motor to handle, like, stupid amount of power. And then at that point, then you can boost it to the moon. But you'd be spending, like, $5,000 on internals of your motor to be built, right? Because you'd need full-on forged internals. 100% to do that. And then that blower, because you wouldn't want to be really running that blower at, you know, like, you'd only want to be doing, what, like, maybe 15 pounds to that total? But I would need a lot more than that to really make a difference in my car, so it's just not worth it. Like, I don't know why he actually offered that for my inline six. It's like, no. I think that was him trying to entice me to put a V8 in my car. But it's not gonna happen. And if I get this AMC Eagle, which now I'm honestly thinking, like, it's actually not a bad shout to maybe get it with all the potential issues that I'm having with this car. And it'd be cheaper to get the Eagle back up and going again as opposed to this, I think. So, send it my way. See, the problem is, if I got that, I would keep it. And I'd figure out a way to do something with it. I'd figure out something to put it on. You know, I would definitely do, like, a whole fucking roadkill BS thing. It's like, get, like, some like, small block or big block car from the junkyard, revive the car, but then quickly put a blower on it and see how fast it blows up, or if it's actually good. If I had the money for that, I would so do that. So do that. But, because I can't, if I picked it up, I couldn't just, like, just give it away to you. But, I mean, if I did, like, if I did give that away to you, you'd be doing all the work to my motor for free. You would be paying for my motor to be sent down to you. You'd be doing everything absolutely on your dime, and then you'd be sending it back to me for free. That'd be the only way I'd do that. Because, you know, that's the way to do it. Let's see, is there anything else that looks really cool in here? Oh, there's a little GTM van. Oh, but it's a 6-cylinder. What? Look, I like 6-cylinders, don't get me wrong, but I don't think I'd want a 6 in a van. That'd be awful. So anyways, with my car, like, some dude a while back was saying that his car was turbo, and I'm like, no, it's not. Ha! Nice. Nice. That's funny. Yeah, no, I just I just have like, cause I have a few decisions to make on my car. Like, what am I gonna do? Do I want to get the my oh god, what are those called? I'm looking at it right there. Subframe connectors installed in the car first, or do I want to get the header installed in the car first? Now, either or, it doesn't bother me one bit. The one will cost me less to install than the other. You know, like guaranteed. Okay. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Let's take a look at this thing. It's pricey though. Ooh, it's pretty. Pretty. But so that's one of those things that I just have to figure out. Like, I would love to get both of them done like relatively at the same time. But is that going to happen? Probably not. Excuse me. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do this. Do this. Oh yeah, well, because if you look, I didn't put it away yesterday. But see, that's one of my that's one of the subframe connectors that I own. The other one's out in the front entry. I just forgot to put it back when I had it when I brought it out last night. Because I brought it out last night on TikTok to show people. It's like, hey, yeah. Because somebody was asking me what style of subframe connector do I have. It's like, this one. And it's Grip are the ones that make it, but they're owned by, I can't remember who it is, but it's a quite heavy duty freaking like subframe connector. Like, that thing would be dope put in the car. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, no, it's just chilling there, you know? Having a good time. Having a good time. You know, what seems kind of funny, because now granted, one's a project, one's not, but I'm just perusing Kijiji and just taking a look at vehicles for sale, just because I can right now. There's not a lot going on in the chat, and so it gives me something to do, and then at the same time, I can kind of show you guys what I find, if there's anything like really, really cool. And something I did find, which this is something I would own in a heartbeat. I want one of these, actually. Someday I would love to own one of these cars. Now, would I be able to afford one of these? I don't know. Like, these are eventually going to become a very much a very valuable collector car. I can guarantee it, actually. But it's going to take a while. Because if we look at the screen, there we go. Oh, got it. There we go. See, and it's a Volvo P1800 ES. Now, it's interesting. Actually, I recognize this truck in the background. I've seen that at many car shows before. Around the Calgary area. But this one, again, I want one of these someday. It'd be so cool. And these are the cars that, like, yes, there is one of these that have done 3.5 million or 4 million miles, something like that. You know, it's freaking sweet. Now, this one obviously is a project. And, you know, it's a stick shift too. Nice. That's what you want. You know, automatics are cool, but the stick shifts are way better. Right? Way, 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 way better. It actually doesn't look to be in bad shape. Like, it needs a good cleaning, which, and again, so if you're, this is actually this is a company selling this. Because if you look, Yeah, Andrew's Auto Gallery is selling this car, right? But they left it like really dirty like that on the inside. Like, come on, dude. Like, detail the cars. Like, what are you doing with yourself? Let's see. It has 22,995 miles on the clock, supposedly. Let's see. Both quarter pounds have been redone. Yeah, you can see that. Price does not include GST. And there's no fees other than GST. So, yeah. $7,400 for that thing, though. I remember when you can get those things for like next to nothing. But it'd be so cool to own one. It'd be really cool to own one. And they're super reliable. They're really cool cars, and yeah. Wait, people are trying to sell your offering to sell your Marauder, and they want 90%. They can piss off with that. Like, no. Here's the thing: when I sell other people's cars, I take 25, and that's a normal rate. Actually, that's a little lower than some people's, right? Like, I take 25%. These guys to do that, like, what's? And in the end, you know, your Marauder, you'd get like if you only got 10% of that, you'd get what, maybe $1,000 out of it. Like no, because that thing right now, because you know, motor's kind of not in it at the moment. You know, because and actually, what's going on? Because you did get the motor sent out. What's going on with the motor? Is it all repaired now, or is it still you're still waiting? Yeah, that's fair. It's dumb that they want 90%. That's ridiculous. Still waiting to hear back. Fair enough. Well, hopefully soon you can get that all good and ready to go and happy again. And oh, come on, can I kill this fly? This fly's been annoying me all day. No, why are you flying like that? No. Okay. Fine then. I won't kill you yet. You will die though. As I'm telling a fly, it's gonna die. Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, I am. So I really, like I said, I just have the. I have to rebuild the trans. Also, it's locked up. Oh, jeez. Just water and all the things. It's not good. It's not good. Which now, how did water get into the tranny though? That's kind of odd. Ooh, I found somebody trying to sell a truck for too much money, but it's really cool. But that's how it goes, right? People always ask too much money. Because these things they're really slept on, but they're not really too valuable yet. They will be, given time. And there's only 2 pictures in this ad. You're trying to get, like, over what they're worth, and you have 2 pictures of your truck. What are you doing? Rolled on the firewall. Oh, that sucks. I am sorry to hear that, dude. That's rough. Okay, no. No! I want to kill this damn fly. He's been annoying me all night. But I can't. He's too skittish. You need to just get old and fat, and then I can kill you. Yeah, that's too expensive. But, you know, I'm sitting here. I'm vibing. We're almost 2 hours into the live, and oh, let's see. Wait, another moderator. Wait, who's my other moderator in the chat? It's saying... I'm trying to show it. Yes, okay. Ah, stupid thing. So it actually flagged your comment there, Shane, and it's not letting me show it because apparently it says one of my other moderators have taken care of the comment. I'm like, what are they? What? Like, no, I haven't. I don't have any moderators in the chat. I don't think so. Because if so, they would have said that we were. Like, what the hell? Like, and I can't show it. Hey, thank you so much, Steven. Happy New Year! Thank you very, very much for the donation. That's incredibly kind. Seriously. Much love to you and much love to the chat. Like, honestly. Thank you so much for that. You are absolutely incredible there, Steven. Yeah, oh, I know, Shane. I saw it. Which, I mean, hey, you know, another transmission rebuild, because it's just a C6, right? So, not too hard. Like, I almost wonder if you need to rebuild a C6 at that point, like, unless, I guess well, is that something you want to keep, like, full numbers matching, or do you want to maybe hot rod that one a little more? Like, I mean, I know you already have hot rodded it technically, but you know what I mean? Like, because if so, I'd wonder, like, putting a, like, modified AOD or something like that in there would be kind of cool. Ah, okay. Because, yeah, I'd try and, like, adapt an like, an AOD into that. You know? You have decent gear ratios. There's still a very tough transmission. And you get overdrive. Win, 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 win. Hey, Timbuktu! Happy New Year, dude! Nice to see you in the chat. You've been a subscriber of mine for quite a while, actually. It's nice to see you. Yeah, no. You know, we're having a good time, having a good time. We're having a good time in the chat. I happen to get a donation in the chat. Oh, hey, there's a troll in my chat. Well, don't worry. I can just do that. And they are gone. Boom! They're gone. So there you go. Got one troll so far. Yeah, and oh, like, and I will be, you know, posting more videos in the coming days and weeks and stuff. I have plans for videos, you know, still, and I will continue to do videos for as long as I can. And yeah, like, I'm encroaching on 4,000 subscribers. Like, by the end of January, I'll be at 4,000 subscribers, which is incredible to think about. I didn't think I'd get to this point. Like, genuinely, I never thought this channel would grow like it has. Because I really only did this for my own benefit, you know? I just wanted to kind of do that and, you know, just document my stuff. That was pretty much all I wanted this for. And then I saw, wait, people are really liking my content. Okay, so now this is just going to be like a sort of a teaching channel, as well as, you know, documenting my stuff as well and having fun. And I get, like, the best of everything. Ooh, also, I found another car for sale on the Kijijis. Like, this is something that's kind of cool. You don't see these very often, but I think Buddy's asking a little much for this thing. But it's cool. Oh, trust me. I don't give a shit about trolls. They can say whatever they want. It's not really going to upset me. So, this is part of the JDM realm. That is a first generation Toyota Supra. It's a 1979, which is first or second year of the Supra. And now, this is actually a Toyota Celica Supra, technically. But it's still first gen. And, you know, It's got this stupid, you can see right here. Hey, it's a lock and gas door, except genuinely, any small key will fit that. So, my Civic was the same way. And, you know, it's got a different hatch on it, though. You can tell that. That's... This shouldn't be, or at least this area, I think, has been replaced. Because that shouldn't be white. That should be, you know, should be body color, the brown. Hey, Happy New Year, Peter! How's it going? It's nice to see you in the chat. We're, you know, going live and just checking out some stuff that's for sale in Kijiji and whatever else. It is a Katarina, though, so that's nice. It's not really rusty, but it has got no keys, so you don't know if it runs. And they are asking $2,500 for this thing. So, you know, which is... It's a healthy number, I'll say that. For a first-gen Supra. These things are not appreciated, not yet. Let's just scroll down. Because it hasn't ran in years. We bought it from Ritchie Brothers only a few years ago. No keys, and it's locked. So no keys and it's locked. That'd be fun to try and break into. We moved to town last year and have no storage. No keys, complete, rust underneath. Don't remember how much. Car was locked when dropped off. Haven't had the time. And you want $2,500 for it, but you can't even open the doors. Like, dude. That's a bit much. Hey, Peter, that's true. You've had your New Year's for a little bit now. Just a little bit. But it's nice to see Peter in here, too. Peter has been actually a long-time subscriber of my channel, too. It's nice to see you in the chat. And you are one of the best people in my chat to chat with, to be honest. You're one of my favorites. Because, you know, you have all those insights of the rare, you know, beauties from the forbidden lands of the Aussie lands. Hey, you're welcome. Well, because you like the same stuff I do. You like the weird, unusual stuff, and so when we chat, it's usually a really good conversation, and we hold conversations for hours, and that's so nice to be able to do with somebody, right? And oh, Shane, I mean, picking it, I wouldn't be able to pick it, but I could break into that thing without too much trouble. In fact, the hatch is probably easiest to actually get into. You're still awake? Well, what time is it for you? Oh, Jason. Sorry, that was Jason. I just realized that. Oh, that Supra in the chat? Yeah, like, that Supra was cool. That was a first-gen Supra that we were looking at. It was a 1979. But the one thing is, there's no keys for it, and it's locked. And the guy wants $2,500 for it. And he says there's rust underneath, but he doesn't know how much. So, yeah. Fair enough, Shade. Fair enough. Yeah, I have never... Actually, that's a lie. Have I picked locks before? Yeah, but I wouldn't consider this a hard pick. So, you know those, any interior door that has the, like, the doorknob on it with the small little hole that's basically the size of, like, a pen. It's, like, that big. I can actually get into those very easy. All I need to do is take a pen apart and use the innards of the pen, actually put it in backwards, shove it in as far as it can go, and some of them, you can just shove it right in and it unlocks immediately when you turn it. But other times, you actually have to put it a little bit to the side. It just depends on, because some of them are slightly different styles, but I can break into those so easy. That's the extent of my picking of locks, is in my own house. But, yeah, and actually, like, so first-gen Supras, though, are not... They're not really coveted yet. And I don't know if they ever really will be. They're a very underappreciated car. And, because they are, like, a Celica Supra. So they're technically, like, a trim model of the Celica, although they have an inline 6 rather than a 4-banger. So that's what makes them unique. And they have different, you know, like, the front end's slightly different. The back end's different. I think they're a little bit bigger, too. But, no worries. The Capri is yeah, it's still having issues. I haven't fixed that one yet. And I don't know if I will. I might just see with Buddy if we can get this trade moving along, and I can just trade him my Capri for his Eagle. Because then if I do that, then I can have a freaking AMC Eagle to drive around instead of a Capri that breaks down on me constantly. So we'll see. Plus, and I know actually that Eagle body wise is in better shape than the Capri is. Like definitely in better shape. But value wise, we're about the same value between our two cars, oddly enough. And the Eagle is just as much of a unicorn as that Capri is, for the most part. I will say, though, that you probably will see more of them on the road, like more Eagles on the road, as opposed to Capris. And finding one with, like, a rear wiper, that's what makes that one, like, extremely rare. But, it's fine. I wouldn't be upset if it goes. I'd be okay with trading it. Because then the only gamble is it actually going to be a good car? And then I get to do the same deal, though, because I just have to contact my buddy and be like, hey, yo, oh, hey! Damn it, he's not in the chat. I'll have to wait. For him to get back in the chat. Oh, yeah, nice. See, this one, the AMC Eagle that I might be getting is not... So it's an AMC Eagle Sport, so it doesn't have the chrome bumpers, and it doesn't have the wood trim MacTac on it. It is straight black, so which is cool. See, and it's interesting. Like I do find, I find Eagles every now and then. I don't see Capris hardly at all on the road. Very, 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 very seldomly. But also, I very rarely see Eagles, too. What's interesting, though, with the Eagle is that driving that around, I think it'd actually get more people talking about it because they'd say, oh, I haven't seen one of these in, so many years and whatever else. Because at least with, like, a Capri, you could mistake it for a Mustang. If you didn't know what you were looking at, you could very easily. But I actually found something that Shane would appreciate on Kijiji, so I'm just going to wait for him to get back. 83 Supra in your area for 9,700 Aussie dollars, but it was 11K. Rusty, though. Oh, that sucks. And actually, being 83, I think that's like first year of the second gen, if I'm not mistaken, for those. I think. It'd be close. Because again, the first gen wasn't made for really long. I think it was 78 to like 82, or maybe 83. That might still be a first gen. I don't know for sure. But still cool. And like that's the one thing I can find, like unicorn cars. It's not super hard for me to do. It's actually a lot easier for me to find those unicorn cars sometimes compared to other people. And just because I know what to look for, and I know like where to look for this stuff and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why when like if people want rare cars, it's like, well, I have actually found rare cars for people that like, hey, they're looking for a specific car, and like, okay, I can't promise I'll find it soon, but give me some time, I can find it, and sure shit. First gen in Australia. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Because oddly enough, I actually think that the Supra, like the first gen Supra, I think was designed in the U.S. actually rather than Japan. But still, I did not know that. Or at least they have the Supra in mind for the U.S. market more than every other market. So that's why some of the styling details you can see in it. But it's kind of like first gen Celica. Like it totally rips off a Mustang, but it looks fantastic though. See it again, and I learn new stuff every time Peter's in the chat. So there you go. Because I would never have known that 82 was the first year for the Supra in the Aussie land. Oh yeah, Peter's been a long time subscriber of mine. Like, I don't actually know how long he's been a subscriber, but it's been a long time. And he's very much appreciated in the chat, and it's been at least 2 years for sure, if not closer to even the start of my channel. I can't remember. I'd have to look back to see when you first commented on my stuff. But yeah, he's awesome, you know. And that's one of those things, and because I've only really had the channel properly going for 4 years, so yeah. When the Celica first came out, like, we got them the same year, which was 1970, right? I think. Was it 68 or 70? I think it was 70 for the first year of the Supra, or sorry, of the Celica. And we did get those. You know, they did look like a Mustang. Like, you look at them outright, and yeah, and like I want a first gen Celica so bad. It'd be so cool. It's one of those dream cars that just, I don't know if I'll be able to find one in good enough shape. But if I do, come hell or high water, I will figure out a way someday to own one. But until then, also, cat update. He's awake and licking himself. It's Roy Marker wishing me Happy New Year. Didn't expect to get a text message from him. Happy New Year. Goes it? Sorry, I might get like messages and stuff like that, so I'm just waiting. TA22. Actually, that sounds familiar. Hold on. I will do the quick Google search to see for sure if that's the one I'm thinking of. TA22. Let's look. Yes, it is. That is the generation that we got here. Like, and again, it was because they started in 1970, didn't they? Let's see. I'll do the quick Google search. Toyota Celica. Let's just take a look at Wikipedia really quick. Sorry, 71. Yeah, okay, it was 71. For some reason, why did I think it was? Oh, because that's why. I was thinking production, because production started in 1970. That's why I thought 1970. That makes sense. I would love one of these cars so bad. Like, especially with a manual, like, whether it's a 4 or 5 speed, like, oh, gimme. Especially one of the early ones, because they're just so sexy of a car. Yeah, more fireworks going off. There's gonna be fireworks all night. Like, people are just gonna be firing them off all night. And me too. So was too cold. Before he left. There we go. Sorry. Just getting these text messages from a friend of mine that I haven't talked to in a while, so it's been a few weeks. Hey, no worries, dude. I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, and Happy New Year to you, and have a wonderful sleep, and I'll catch you later. Peace out, dude. Yeah, he's actually been subscribed to me at least a year, possibly longer, as well. Like I said, like Peter's been a subscriber of mine for at least 2 years, if not 3. Because I really don't know when Peter actually started watching my content. Like I think it's been 2 years, or coming up on 2 years, I think. Because yeah, actually, you would have probably come in when I did the video on that Aussie Charger, I think. Yeah, well, a lot of those Toyotas will just be really, really rusty. Because the problem is the metallurgy in Japan sucks. It is terrible. So as a result of that, it really does a number on the bodies of the cars too. They just rust really bad. But yeah. Oh, damn it, cat! You knocked the controller off. No, do not touch my food. No, sir. Damn it. Okay, I need to grab the controller because he knocked the controller down. Let's just grab that. No, I am caught around that. No, I am pressing buttons I don't want to press. There we go. Okay, there we go. There. Wait, the blue and white dually Ford. Wait, blue and white dually Ford. I remember doing a blue and white Ford. Was it a dually? I know it was a... Like, wait, did you come in? Hang on. Have you been a subscriber of mine since my... Like, when I did that junkyard tour, but it was, like, in the middle of winter, and it was awful. It was, like, minus 30 degrees outside. Like, is that when you were subscribed to my channel? Because I'm trying to remember, what dually truck did I film? Because that's the only one I can think of, but I don't think that was a dually. What video was that? I don't remember. I filmed so many freaking vehicles that I don't remember that one. And yeah, so Steven, here's the thing. So, metallurgy in Japan has been bad since millennia. You can go back as far as you can think. And as a result of this issue, because you want to know why that's, Japanese, like with samurai swords when they were building them, the reason why they fold them, like, a million times to build up the layers, wait, a Conaline. I never did a video on a Conaline. I don't think... Oh, my bad. Yes, I did. I know which one you're talking about. Okay, my Vrock. Okay. That's 2 years ago, yeah. That was 2 years ago. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, yeah. Because initially I had bought it as, like, something to put on the road. And then it turned out to be way too much of a project, so that's why I got rid of it. However, okay, so getting back to the whole thing of, like, metallurgy. So yeah, like I said, for samurai swords, they used to fold the swords up a bunch, right, to build up the layers. And that was because of a problem with the metallurgy in Japan. So that was a way to build up the strength of it and to get more of that carbon content better within the blade. And that's why they're so strong. But, so, the rest of the steel from Japan, it's awful. Like, it rusts really bad, it's weak, it's terrible. That's why they did that, right? Back in the day. Yeah, and, because that's the one thing, but oddly enough, like, when Peter said blue and white, that threw me off, because I'm like, blue and white? There's only one vehicle I've done that's blue and white, and that's a Ford. But that wasn't a dually. So I'm like, hang on. It took me a minute, but then I realized, wait, that's not blue and white. It's blue and burgundy. Or white and burgundy, I should say. Not blue and burgundy. Blue and burgundy will look freaking weird. Will not lie. But But yeah, so that's why like a lot of Japanese cars you'll see like rust out really bad. It's because of their metallurgy is freaking terrible. Like, and for it to be good, they would have to, like, again, fold that metal into a million pieces and try and build a car out of it. It's like, they're not going to do that, right? They're just going to make it sheet steel and boom, done. Stamp all these cars. Live on YouTube right now. There we go. I'm just gonna let him know that. Yeah, sorry, I was just letting my buddy know that yeah, I'm live on YouTube if he wants to come out. So, because he was texting me because he was just wishing me a happy new year, and he was seeing how my dad's car was running after he did the timing belt in it. So, and yeah, and so far it's been good, but I still need to do the spark plugs in it. Which, when it gets back, if there's a nice enough day, I'll do the spark plugs in his car if he asks nicely. Ah, there we go. Damn it, I knew I should have grabbed like a water from the fridge when I was up too. I didn't think I'd finish these that quickly. Shoot. Oh well. Hey, Opa! But, you know it. Oh, hang on. You guys need to see this. Look at that tired face. Look at how tired he is. He barely stay awake. Hey, buddy? Hey? Are you just all drugged out right now? Because, yeah, you are. Hey, John. Oh, thank you, bud. It's a fluffy cat. It's a fluffy cat. It's a fluffy, wuffy little kitty cat. Yes, ye are. Yes, ye are. Hey, buddy. Hi, sir. Yeah, he's a cool cat, and he is a very old kitty cat. This dude is only 3 years younger than me. I'm 27. He is 24. Eh? And, ooh, it's only a few more minutes until the ball drops in, that'd be in Manitoba. Well, Manitoba and Saskatchewan, actually, they will, in just a few minutes, I'll be saying Happy New Year again. But it's all good. And like I said, I'm going to be live here, no matter how dead the chat gets, until the ball drops on the West Coast. So that'll be 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, that thing! Jesus, yeah, you've been on my channel for a long time. Okay, that makes sense. Because, yeah, blue and white, yeah, okay. The bourbon, which that thing, oh my god, that thing was a pile. Rusty as sin. It also, fun fact, I was going to actually buy that thing off of, so I was selling it on behalf of somebody else. I was going to buy it off of my, the person I was selling it for, and, then trade it away for a cool old 65 Fargo truck. But unfortunately, The worst had to happen. It developed a fuel leak on the test drive, and it caught on fire. Now, it was just a carb fire. It wasn't too bad, but, oh, that sucked. But it actually ran pretty good. It just had no exhaust, and the body was gone. Like, it needed an entire new rebody. That's for sure. But the rest of it, you know, like, there was some salvageable stuff on it. Like, the motor was good. The transmission was good. The four-wheel drive system was good. And then once we fixed that fuel leak, like, it was fine, too. It was great. So... But yeah, like, God, that bourbon, that thing was a riot, you know? And it was so loud because it had zero exhaust on it with that 350 in it. Just, oh, God, it was deafening. But great. And it's too bad that, you know, I understand why the kid didn't want to do that trade after it caught on fire. I get it. But he was very keen on it until I'm like, hey, pop the hood for a second. And then I look under the hood and went, oh, shit, it's on fire. Put it out. As soon as it caught on fire, he walked away. It's like, oh, man. Because I would have paid Jim the $400 he wanted for it, and then I would have had a Fargo pickup truck. It's like, yeah, baby. That would have been cool with a 318 poly and a stick. You know? But, what could have been? What could have been? Because in hindsight, I would have just replaced all the fuel lines and that thing. But, like I said, hindsight. Right? But yeah, no, it's, like, man. Like I said, I knew you've been on my channel for a long time. I just didn't know how long, and oddly enough, that was... Hell, I don't even think I had 100 videos posted by that point. That was probably, like, my 40th or 50th video posted, genuinely. Like, if I had 200 subscribers at that point, like, I don't think I had 1,000 yet. Or maybe I did have no, did I? Maybe I did, actually. I'm not sure. But regardless, like, I'm encroaching on 4,000 subs now. Like, my content's way better than it was back then. Sometimes I look back at those videos and I kind of cringe a bit. But, you know, it's one of those things. They're up, though, because it shows where I've come from and where, you know, I'm at now. So, because, yeah, I'm not going to delete old videos. Okay, yeah, that one I don't need. That one I don't need. That one I don't need. That 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 I don't need. There we go. Oh, yeah, like, that I can imagine is very painful to think about now, because, yeah, a 71 HG Monaro, don't those things, like, there was a wreck of one of those that sold for, wasn't it, like, 300,000 US, or Aussie dollars or something like that? Like, just stupid money for it. And I believe that was a Monaro, too. But, we can never actually, like, really think of what these cars would be worth. And, I think Rick still owns the Aussie Charger here in, like, genuinely, if I had, like, let's say that, not that I play the lottery, but if I won the lottery, I would buy his car. I would hire an appraiser just to figure out that how much is it actually worth, because there's no, like, finding a book value on a 73 Aussie Charger with a 340 in it isn't exactly easy. But, and because I would want to pay a fair market value for it. And, you know, and I would drive that thing around all the time, and it would be so much fun. Like, that's the car I want, genuinely. And I think it's still for sale. It's just, I haven't seen an ad for it in a while, but I'm pretty sure he still has it. I don't know. Actually, I think I still have his number. I could probably text him. Just ask, hey, you still haven't got that charger? Fair enough, Peter. I just knew that like there was Monaro that sold for like stupid money. That was like the thing was a wreck. There was not much left of the car, but it sold for like stupid money because of what it was. And like, and it's interesting because I know like because Rick's Valiant, Valiant Charger, which again that still throws me off that it's a Chrysler Valiant Charger. It's like those were three different things here in Canada, but okay. um, but yeah, that thing would just be so cool, so cool. And, and I've taken like a bunch of different car shows, and when it comes to like, hey, working the dyno and stuff like that, hell yeah, I'd bring that with me. I probably have but compared to like my cars right now, I'd have a second set of clothes because I'd get really dirty getting back in the car. From that, but like it'd be so much fun. It'd be so cool. Put on the dyno, see how much power it makes. See the crowd go nuts because they're like, "What the hell is that thing doing up on the dyno? What is that car?" Yeah. Just saying. That's a dream. That's a dream to own something that rare and unique that just would draw so many eyes. It'd be so cool. But until then, and hey, Happy New Year to people in Saskatchewan or Manitoba or anybody within that time zone, which is Central Time. Yay! Happy New Year! Like I said, I'm gonna be saying Happy New Year for every like top of the hour until 1 o'clock in the morning. So just so y'all know. So in Alberta, we don't salt our roads; we sand them. But some areas are starting to do calcium. Like, I think Edmonton is starting to put calcium on the roads instead, which is really bad for cars. But, most of Alberta just does, like, sand. So that's why, here in Alberta, when it comes to, if you want a Canadian car, you get it from Alberta, because it's usually the cleanest. Doesn't mean it's not going to have its rust issues, though. Like, look at my Capri outside. But, it's one of those deals. Plus also, and now, kind of the shitty part of something, though, right now. Because I'm still also waiting for my buddy Joe to send me out that care package that he's been holding on to for months. He's had issues with he's been taking care of his mother, and that's taking up all of his time right now, which sucks. Like, so, and I mean, I'm not upset that he can't send them. It's just like, I'm just disappointed. It's like, man, it'd be really nice to get that care package you're saying. Because it's got, like, suspension upgrades and stuff like that for me. It'd be awesome for my car, but that's okay. I can wait. I'm still waiting on a set of Edelbrock heads that was supposed to be sent, like, 2 years ago, so there's that. But, because when I was cleaning up the motor on my 86 Mustang, I did a live stream, and this guy jumped into live, he liked what I was doing, he's like, hey, you want to hop up with the power on that? I'm like, yeah. It's like, here, I will send you, I've got a cool set of heads I can send you, and a cam, completely free. It's like, cool. And, yeah, he never did. So, it's disappointing, but oh well. And now I no longer have a V8 car. Wah wah. That's okay. I like my inline sixes. They be good. They be Gucci. It's a 6. Both my cars are inline sixes. They're same drivetrains in both. The only difference is that my Mustang has an 8.8 rear end and a T5, while the Capri has a 7.5 rear end and a C4 automatic. So those are the main differences when it comes to at least drivetrain between them. But exact same motors in both. So, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, when your ADD takes over and you just start making noises. That's what's going on right now. Because, you know, just having a good time, having a good time. Also, something to do in the new year, because I need to put this back on my car. I want this back on the car, because it's so cool. You know, good old Hurst white ball shifter, right? Now it needs to be clean. It's a little dirty, but, because I had bought this, I was told it would fit a T5 shifter, but I can show you it certainly does not fit a T5 shifter. Because I've got a T5 shifter right here. See? Doesn't fit. So I have to get an adapter for this. We tried to, do JB weld with the proper one on here and there, and it did not hold up. So yeah, I'm gonna have to we were gonna drill this out actually and do it, but then we decided not to. I'm just gonna get an adapter for it and get the nice Hurst white ball shifter on there. But because I need to figure out actually what is the thread of a T5 shifter, and then this thread is 3/8 thread. But hey, welcome back, Kevin. Nice to see you in the chat again. Aw, see, and that's the one thing. I will always post content no matter what. See, Peter, the problem is with the plastic insert, the plastic is going to break. Like, I wouldn't use plastic. I would go straight up metal. Ah, you're a security guard. Fair enough. Actually, my dad is a security guard, too. He works up north at a camp right now. And, yeah. But no, that's cool. That is very cool. It's nice to see you back in the chat, though. And, we've so far said, to 2 different time zones of not military camp. No, it's a mining camp up north. Yeah, we've already said, Happy New Year to 2 different time zones so far. So 2 down, 2 more to go, which the next one is my time zone. So there'll be like a proper countdown and everything. As long as I can make sure to look at the clock for it. Because alternatively, actually, I could do this. Time. Hang on. I'm looking something up really quick. Clock. There we go. My dad is into cars. Yeah, he likes cars. But he's not like as big into cars as like say I am. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Right there. Yeah, and so I'm not in the States. I live in Alberta. So yeah. There we go. All right. Ooh, it's kind of lagging behind though on that. I don't know about that one. I thought this would have been perfect. Okay, let's see. Can I X out of some of these? I don't need all of these this way. Okay, there's only 2, but let's close that window. There we go. Just have this one open. There we go. That'll work. Yes, in Canada. Think of so like Alberta is north. Like it's above like Montana, essentially. So that's your like reference point of where Alberta is. If you don't know Canada. But yeah, like, and my dad has always been into cars. His first car was actually kind of a cool car. It was a 1970 Ford Galaxy sedan with a 351 Windsor. So, and growing up, the coolest car he owned when I was growing up was it was an early first generation Volvo 240. Like, this thing was like a 73, 74, somewhere in there. Um, and I still remember that car to this day. Um, and it was a wagon, which was just awesome. So he he had this whole plan of where he was gonna rip up the motor out and put in a 350 and make it a sleeper, like everybody did with those Volvos back in the day. Um, and the thing had no rust on it. I remember the smell, like it had this like very old car smell, but it was unique because again it's Swedish, so it has a different scent to it. Like I remember it so well, so vividly, because me and my brother played in it all the time when we were kids. Because eventually it was our family car, but then it got too many electrical issues, then it died, and then it just sat for like 6 months. So yeah, but and it's unfortunate with that car because had we had known like at the time, it's like it would have been cool to try and keep it and just fix it, but sadly never did, and that car probably ended up being crushed at some point, which is sad because it had no rust on it. Like, I think it was mint. It was just faded paint. That's all it was. It was blue. It was like a baby blue, which I think it was supposed to be like a dark blue, but it faded to baby blue after so many years. And the paint was like kind of chalky too. I do remember that about it. And oh god, that thing was awesome. And hey, the big old like big American like sedans and wagons and stuff are cool. Like that's why I showed earlier that Grand Marquis wagon for sale, but problem is it's a Saskatchewan car and it has no motor in it, so it's like, dude, you're asking $1,200. It's like worth maybe $6. It's not a high dollar car, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be this way. It's okay to be this way. Again, I have ADD, so my ADD is kind of going wee at the moment. But yeah, no. It's this stream's been going good so far. We've been going for 2.5 hours, and it doesn't feel like it's been that long. It's actually been a really good stream, which like my TikTok streams feel like they're a lot longer than this. And although the one thing is, comparatively to like TikTok, like here on YouTube, they actually show you how long your live has been going on for. TikTok, they don't do that. I don't know why. It's dumb. It's very dumb, but that's okay. Also, cat update. He is asleep. Sleepy kitty. Oh, a 65 Falcon Coupe. Now, hang on, that's something I gotta look up. What does a 65 Aussie Falcon look like? Aussie Falcon. Because I don't know what the 65s look like. Let's look at what this looks like. Oh, oddly enough, it looks very similar to the Falcons we had over here. Very similar. There's a bit of differences, but not much actually. When you really look at it, like the grill is slightly different. The fact that we didn't have those hood scoops on it. Body's pretty much identical. Bumpers are slightly different, but yeah, like those cars are actually they're kind of rare to find now, but they're not that valuable here. It's just kind of cool, and I didn't realize that we had like the same cars essentially. No V8s. Well, I mean, a V8 was kind of a tough one to get in a Falcon. They did exist, but not very many. More inline sixes, far more inline sixes were sold than the V8s. But like I would genuinely like a 69 or a 1970 Ford Falcon. Such good looking cars, and I want one. I really do. It'd be a cool car to own. Because that's when they got the Falcons lines just right. And to me, even though I like the Mustangs and everything, don't get me wrong, I think I'd much rather have a Falcon. It's just, especially a 69 or a 70, they look so good. And I love the look of them. And plus, you'll see a 69 Mustang. You'll see a 70 Mustang. When are you going to see a 69 or a 70 Falcon? Like, very rare. Very rarely. It was nice because actually I did a video, just quick little short videos on, and in my big sort of walk around video of the car show, I actually checked out a 60, I think it was a 67 or 68 Falcon with a 289 V8. I think it was cool. Very cool. Or it was either, yeah, I think it was 289. Mm. Mm. It's actually, it's not pizza. This is actually garlic cheese toast. It is from Pizza 73 though. It's so good. Like, it's really good. It just, like, there's a lot of garlic in it though, so I gotta take my time eating it, but it's really good. Okay. Interesting. It is odd that you guys, like, really, like, coupes over there were, like, unicorn. Like, very much a unicorn for a coupe for some reason. But yet, four-doors were, like, they were abundant. Like, take a pick. You could find them everywhere. Yet, over here, like, don't get me wrong, two-doors can be a little rare, but they're not, like, unicorn for a two-door, And sure, it is still bread, and it still uses the same cheese as, pizza. And it's like the same sort of crust as the pizza. But it has garlic in it instead of, tomato sauce. So, kind of pizza-ish, I suppose. It's pizza-like. There you go. Pizza-like. Mm. Mm. That was good. That was good. Alrighty. And it's one of these things, like, and it's too bad that we didn't get, like, more commonality between, like, Australia and the US or Canada for cars, because there were some really cool cars from Australia that I would have loved to have. And the innovations when it came to Australian stuff was just so cool. The fact that they kept using inline sixes and adapted them really well and made them very good performers. Well, we just ditched the inline six like entirely. The last inline six that was made was actually the 300 inline six in the trucks, and that went until I was 96. But Australia kept going with the inline six for a long time. It's kind of cool. Do I like EVs? Not really. The idea of them sounds great, but when you really dig deep into EVs, they're not good. They're really not. They have so many drawbacks. They are, oddly enough, when it comes to, like here in Canada, an EV is kind of useless. If you want it as a daily driver, like, no. How many you actually see? So, the one thing that'll happen with these EVs, like, you'll see when it gets really cold, I'm talking like minus 30, minus 40 degrees on the road, you will actually see Teslas and any other like electric cars actually on the side of the road because they ran out of charge because in the cold they cannot go near the distance that they can when it's warm. So it's kind of a big problem. And you wore out 3 Priuses. Nice. You're doing God's work there, Chris. Sorry, I thought I heard a siren, but maybe that was just in my head. Which I wouldn't be shocked if I hear siren started. It is freaking New Year's Eve after all. But and I'm just waiting for because like in not long of time, it'll be New Year's here, and then I bet I'll hear a bunch of people fire off fireworks tonight. Just give me quite a few at midnight. I can guarantee it. I'd be surprised if there wasn't, actually, because it's just one of those things. I used to rule this world. And yes, that's true. The Barra was designed off of like my motor that I have in my cars. It's based off of that same architecture overall. And that's why actually like I haven't seen updates on this in a while, but there was a guy that was adapting a Barra head onto an American block, which the big issue with that, one's overhead cam, one's cam and block, so you had to really, figure that one out. But that'll be interesting actually to see. And God, I have this dry skin on my head. I need to hang on. I need to moisturize a bit. There we go. Okay, hopefully it'll fix some of the skin up there. I gotta keep doing that. Yeah, I can't believe that they have those, like, Borla makes speakers for electric cars. Like, are you kidding me? Like, come on, Borla, you can't, no, don't do that. It's so stupid. Like, it's so stupid. I'm not a fan of electric cars because of, like, stupid gimmicks like that, or, even like just all the drawbacks for EVs and everything. It's like, no, just no. See, I haven't had a problem with the electric scooters as much, so I haven't really seen as much of an issue with those. Although I have seen the issue of people that they protest them, and so They throw a bunch of them in the back of their truck and they just dump them into the lakes and stuff. It happens all the time, like in Calgary. So good. Also, cat update. He's awake. Hey, hi, Saber. Are you wanting to leave me? Is that what this is? Are you planning on me to leave me? Hey, sir. But when it comes to electric vehicles, because yeah, electric vehicles are just a waste of. When it comes to like, hey, saving the planet, it's like you're not saving the planet with an electric car. You're actually doing more harm to the planet with an electric car. And I just this dumb thing because I've done the research into this. So, okay. How long do you figure that a electric car's battery really lasts for? On average. Which, on average, electric car batteries last between 150 to 200,000 kilometers. Okay. Now, the average electric vehicle, actually, because of the carbon footprint that it puts out to make those damn batteries, is like triple the carbon footprint that it takes to make your average car. That's like an internal combustion engine car. The problem that we come across is that those, it takes on average 160,000 kilometers, which is 100,000 miles, by the way, to match the emissions that an internal combustion engine vehicle puts out in, in that time. So it's really redundant because, okay, you'll have to either, you've already replaced the batteries, or you're going to have to replace the batteries within the next 40,000 kilometers. How is this a solution? It's not. It's terrible. Like, and what's interesting, so Toyota. We've known Toyota to be a pioneer of this movement for a very long time, right? Well, they have actually decided that they are going to bow out of making or investing into electric cars, but they're actually investing into hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which that is the answer. Hydrogen fuel cells are going to be the answer. Because if they can lobby the governments to actually put in the infrastructure for hydrogen fuel cells, boom, done. There's your solution right there. Because guess what? Hydrogen you can harness from anything. Literally, it's everywhere. It's great. And we've already figured out how to store it. Now people think, oh, wait a minute, but hydrogen, wasn't that what took down the Hindenburg? It's like, so not really. The hydrogen wasn't the problem with the Hindenburg. The problem with the Hindenburg was actually the thermite. The thing is, there was a fire that was caused on the Hindenburg, which we don't really know what actually caused the fire because it just did it so fast. But and that whole thing was lined in thermite. And thermite is one of the most flammable substances on the planet. It's horrible. Yeah, see now, okay, Kevin, what that is, it's not actually running on water, because you can't physically do that. But what's actually happening with that, when it comes to anybody that posts My car runs on water. It's like, no, it doesn't. You're doing a fusion process in the vehicle to actually harness the hydrogen from water. That's what's going on with any of those. And now, okay, steam engines are a little different, because also, steam engines are not internal combustion engines. Steam engines are external combustion engines. Everything is exposed to the elements and stuff like that. They are also very low compression. They make almost no power. That's steam engines. Well, you boil water and you get steam. Yes, I know. And steam engines were a thing for a long time. Like, steam engines were the earliest adaptation for power. But the problem is, steam is not efficient. It's not. And you cannot produce any good power numbers at all from steam. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, but here's the thing. Whenever you see those people, 9 times out of 10, those people that say my car is running on water, it's BS. The ones that are true are the ones that are converting the water. Like I said, they're harnessing the hydrogen from it and from water, right? Those ones are real, but every setup I've seen so far on any of these videos don't look right. Because oddly enough, actually making your vehicle run on hydrogen is not that hard. It's no different than converting an engine to run on, like, a carbureted engine to run on gas vapors. Same idea. You just got to get the mixtures just absolutely perfect for it. So it's one of these things. Hey, I've done my research when it comes to this stuff. I'm fascinated by new technologies. Like, when it comes to, like, hydrogen, oddly enough, hydrogen is not a new technology. We have had hydrogen-powered vehicles dating back to about 80 years ago for the very first one. Oh, well, hey, Kenneth, I appreciate that. Also, Happy New Year back to you. There should be, like, if you're wanting to send money here on YouTube, there should be, like, a wallet thing at the bottom of your screen somewhere, or on the side of it. It looks kind of like a wallet with cash. You can click on that, and then it should, you can do payments through, like, your debit card, your credit card, PayPal, whatever you want to do that way, and it'll go through. So, it should be somewhere on there. It's been a hot minute since I've done a donation on YouTube. Been a hot minute. So, and oh yeah, like, and that's one thing with hydrogen, because, like, the only downside to hydrogen is the fact that hydrogen can eat metals a lot easier than a lot of other things. That's the only downside to it. But you can make a lot of things with hydrogen with, very strong grade, like, plastics and stuff like that, and it'd be fine. And oddly enough, because, like, people, well, like, when it comes to hydrogen as well, because people, like I said, they think of the Hindenburg, but it was the thermite, like I mentioned, that had the problems with the Hindenburg, not the hydrogen. The hydrogen helped it along after it got ignited. Don't get me wrong, but because people think as well, like, oh well, if you puncture a hydrogen tank, it's gonna blow up like a propane tank does. It's like, no, that's not true. Also, propane tanks actually don't really ignite that way either. That's a movie fable that doesn't really work that way. But, because you need a spark properly. However, with hydrogen, because once you, like, as an example, you put a bullet hole into a hydrogen tank, all it does, it just rapidly expels, like, it's a rapid expulsion of everything in the container. But it's actually perfectly safe. So, it doesn't explode. It just all comes out. Um. So the one thing is, because we had troubles with figuring out storage of hydrogen for the longest time, but we've figured it out now. Like, there are hydrogen fuel places across the country. There's not very many, but there is a bit. Oh, that is weird. I've never had it ask my password on my account, but maybe I just have it set up that way, I suppose. But yeah, and like now the containment stuff, because it was sorry, I'm trying to remember everything about hydrogen. It's taking me a minute to get that knowledge back in my head again. Because yeah, they were having major problems with the storage of hydrogen for the longest time, but they have figured it out now, which is great. I love the fact that they have figured that out. And genuinely, like, I would run my car on hydrogen if we actually had the infrastructure for it. Genuinely. And what's interesting, so actually, like, hydrogen also is really good for some applications. Like, as an example, so it's not just like good for, hey, zero emissions, because guess what? That's zero emissions. Harnessing it will create a little bit of emissions, sure. And storing it will create a little bit of emissions, of course. That's with anything, though. That's with gasoline. That's with batteries. Oh, Saber, you okay, bud? I know you want it down. You okay, bud? Okay, there we go. Hi, sir. There we go. Sorry. See, and that's an interesting thing on like LP gas, because we don't really do that as much here. Like, because we have propane systems. Don't get me wrong, and propane works, and propane's actually not too bad. There are a lot of drawbacks to propane though, but like one of them is, hey, propane eats aluminum, which oddly enough, any of the Chryslers that they did, the propane setups on, they just they had aluminum intakes 9 times out of 10, and they melted those intakes. So that was a problem. But everything else, really good. Okay, Saber, there's nothing in there for you. Wait, did I not finish that? Oh, I didn't finish those the other night. Okay. But they're not for you, sir. It's not for you. I need to check those. I forgot to do that last night. Saber, no. You got your food out there. Okay, sir. You don't need that. Yeah, oh yeah, like, and with propane, because also you need to be able to set up propane properly, and like, my buddy knows how to set up propane. We had an idea with the Civic, actually, to convert it to run on propane instead. Propane is actually very high octane, which is cool. And you can actually, if you set your vehicle up right, you can actually have it make more power on propane, oddly enough. But when it comes to fuel efficiency, they're not as good when it comes to gasoline, diesel, sort of thing, for fuel efficiency. But they're not horrible. It's just, the only thing is you just need a much bigger containment system than a regular gas tank for it. And also with propane, you can only fill up a propane canister to, I think it's 60%, due to the volatility of propane. Because I remember, actually, when I lived in Coaldale, and I remember I was home that day, and I remember hearing the explosion. And this explosion was some dumbass. He got this new truck, he put his welder on the back of it, and he was welding next to his propane-powered truck. So the sparks kept hitting the frickin', from him welding the train tracks, kept hitting the propane canister, and then eventually the truck just blew up. Like, somehow he didn't have any injuries. Like, he's lucky. He may have had like a burst eardrum, but being right next to the explosion. But other than that, he was fine. And it's like, you're a dumbass. Like, why would you do that? But and I do remember that. And And that was like that explosion was I think about 3 kilometers from me, give or take. And yeah, it was quite the boom. To hear that, I've never heard a louder explosion. And again, I wasn't like right up on it, but and nobody got hurt somehow in that. Like somebody should have got hurt, but surprisingly, nobody did. And I've been live for 3 hours. That's incredible. It doesn't feel like it's been 3 hours. Genuinely, you guys have made this a wonderful chat. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, and in only 20 minutes, it'll be New Year's for here, which is gonna be awesome. So, and I'll have a countdown for it too. So just you wait. And then, once it hits top of the hour for, on the east as well, which will be, in another hour and 20 minutes. Then, depending on how the chat's going, the live stream might end at that point. But until then, don't know yet. Because I know I was gonna be live for at least 4 hours. But it's actually gonna be closer to at least 4 hours and 20 minutes. Because I wasn't sure exactly when the game was gonna end for the Flames game, which oddly enough, the Flames won, and it was good. I got better gas mileage. Well, see, if you have, so the thing is, a lot of propane systems don't function 100%. And it comes down to the fact of, it's not necessarily the issue of the propane system. It's usually the tuning of the engine, because people don't realize, like, so as an example, my buddy owned a 1973 Ford Thunderbird with a 460 in it. And the thing is, that thing was converted to propane. And he always said, like, this thing's really slow. It's really slow. Like, I don't get it. Why is this thing so slow? It's like, dude, advance your timing. He would never do it. I told him, advance your timing. You know how, like, the octane of propane is around, like, 100 and... I think it's like 110 octane or something like that, give or take, for propane. And so you have to really bump up the timing, because otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a dog, And he never did that. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Like, just fix your damn car. But he never did. And now he doesn't own that car anymore, which, in hindsight, I always found that to be a strange thing. Like, why would you not keep that one? Because it was such a gorgeous car. And the fact it's on propane is like, cool, you can drive it for cheap. But, that's one of those deals. And, like, and propane, like, it burns clean and it's good. It's not a zero emissions, though, but it burns cleaner than gas. That's true. And it's just, it's cool. Geep. Like, and that's the thing, because, like, me and Keith had the idea of, like, okay, well, after the fuel tank was bad, on the Civic, he actually had the idea of, well, we could convert it to propane. It's like, actually, that's not a bad idea. And he got a lot of the stuff together to actually do it, but then we ended up not doing it, and then we ended up selling the car. But so, what's funny is I have no formal education. When it comes to this stuff, genuinely, it's just, a lot of it's self-taught. I didn't go to school or anything like that to, like, post-secondary. Not at all. I just know this stuff because I've done the research. So, But yeah. Oh, Saber, why are you walking on the top of your paw again? You were walking so good earlier. Like, are you still a little drugged out? Because that's probably what it is, actually. I should really just start giving him his meds at night instead of during the day. Just so he can sleep it off and then be good for the day on his leg. You did see it on a diesel. Wait, you did a propane conversion on a diesel? Now that's interesting, actually. Because oddly enough, actually, that's probably the most efficient way to do it. I'm not kidding. Just because of diesels with such their high compression and with the such high octane of propane, it actually makes sense. To do it that way. Wait, what do you mean, Peter? Like they did propane systems on on diesels there? Or how do you mean? Oh, okay, so propane system on a diesel, because it makes the most sense, genuinely. You'd actually get diesels making so much more power. And yeah, see now that's the only thing that I'm not sure of. Is because the ignition point of propane is low. It's one of the lowest ignition points that we know of for substances. So it's actually, that's why it's so versatile with like barbecues and stuff, right? That's why we use it. But I'm not sure if you could ignite it via that, or like as an example, would the electricity from glow plugs, would that just ignite it that way? And again, I don't know. I know like the science when it comes to like, hey, high octane in a diesel's fantastic, but just because of their compression. But I don't know. It might, or unless they might have had to put a sparker in the system, because maybe. And genuinely, I do not know that, because that's not something I've seen done here. But like when you think about it, it sounds like a really good theory overall. Well, petrol station getting rid of LPG. So, that's kind of sad because now because then hang on, like is LPG like propane essentially? Because that's something I'm actually, because I actually never really looked into LPG because I thought it was propane, but I wasn't sure. I'm trying to think. In 1997, we had a F350. We converted the diesel engine. It ran great and got really good gas management. We changed the oil. Yeah, well, see, that's the one thing. So when you think about it, so diesel, like LPG is propane. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. So okay, so yeah, exactly. So it is propane. Okay, because the thing is, we don't call it LPG. We just call it straight propane. So here, um, but yeah, we'll see. And okay, so and Kenneth, the reason why that oil would look so good when it was ran with the propane, because here's the thing. So diesel is a byproduct of making petrol, right? And or making gasoline for people who aren't from the Britons or Aussie land, such as Peter. Um, the sorry, my brain's not working here. I'm tired, but And so it's very inefficient. Like diesel is very inefficient. It's very dirty. It's not great. But it's just like I said, it's just a byproduct for when you're making it 100%, and it's horrible. But when you do it on propane, it makes a lot of sense because you're upping the octane by quite a bit. Because like here's the thing, diesel as an octane is only like 80 octane maybe. Like it's not really that good. But propane, like I said, is around, I think it's like 110. So it's a big difference. And also, like with the propane system, I would assume that you would have had to bump up the timing a bit, even on that diesel, is my guess. But yeah, okay. Hi, Saber. What? What is it? What is it, sir? Do you need food? Is that what this is? Rascal's with you too. So does that mean you both need food, or what's going on? Because you both are not showing me. You're not telling me what you want. Because if you need food, I can feed you, but you need to show me what you want, sir. You've always been like this. You're 24 years old. You'll never learn. You'll never learn. Saber. Hey, Saber. Saber. Okay, hang on. I need to feed my cats. I'll be right back. Okay, come here, boys. Come here. Because again, if you had just told me, like if you had just walked over to your dish and meowed, that would have been fine. But no, you're just a pain in the butt there, sir. You're a pain in the butt. Actually, I need to mix up his meds in here. Go. Go. That. Do. Two. Go. Go. That's real quick. There we go. Alright, so plenty of time before the ball drops. Hi, Saber. Look, come here. Plus your legs all screwed up, sir. Here, look. Eat foods. Do you want food or do you want my attention? Okay, you want food. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I had to feed my cats. Both my cats. So yeah, see, and that's the one thing, because, like, there's a lot of... So, like, propane does have its advantages, because, it's so clean running, and it's such high octane. That is the best part about propane. The only downside to propane is the fact that it's a little volatile. That's the only problem with it. Everything else is good about it. So, and also the storage devices are kind of annoying for propane systems, just because due to the fact that, like, hey, if you want to put your stuff in the back, of your car, well, there's a giant fuel tank back there. Like, you couldn't really put them underneath the car very well. They were typically, unless you had, like, a lot of ground clearance. So that was kind of the problem. So, Kenneth, that actually goes back to... It's actually interesting that you say that. So that goes back to... we got to go back to about 2000 and... 2009, I think, for when the first crash, the first economic crash happened in my life. And the thing is, so the reason why diesel is more expensive than gasoline, is the problem, like, and the reason why it happened is because, okay, so when gas went stupid in 2009, like, it went to, like, I think, like, $1.40 a liter or something like that, which was super expensive then. It's kind of like an average price now, but back then that was really expensive. And so the thing is, people stopped buying gasoline vehicles and they kept buying diesel vehicles, and then the price of diesel shot up because of it. And since then, diesel has very rarely dipped below gasoline because diesel vehicles typically get better gas mileage than diesel ones. It all goes back to then, really. It's so dumb. Because, yeah, diesel should cost next to nothing. It's a byproduct when you make gasoline. Like, genuinely. It's an inefficient, horrible thing. But anyway, thanks, Kevin. Like, I like the car too. I just wish it was more reliable, but it's fine. Hi, sir. Now, you could just ask if you want it up by, like, coming right up to my chair and just meowing at me, sir. You could just do that, but you don't do that. So, but yeah, then, like, that's some of the things with diesel. And like I said, diesel is just inefficient and it's terrible. Like, I like diesel-powered vehicles to a certain degree, but diesel itself is very inefficient. There's a reason why, like, a lot of diesels roll coal, because it's very inefficient and it burns very badly. Like I said, it's low octane, which is bizarre when it's low octane, but you have to have, like, really high compression in diesels to actually fire them. You're at, like, 20 to 30 degree or 20 to 30 to 1 compression in some of these diesels. It's ridiculous. Where in your average vehicle, so, like, let's just say, like, my car is an example. My Mustang only runs 8.7 to 1 compression. That's it. At least from the factory. Not sure where it's at now. It probably lost a little bit. Not a ton. Just a little bit. And so, yeah. Nice, Ebert. Oh, big fat cat. Hello, buddy. What are you doing, sir? Are you gonna lay down? Okay, can you stop doing that with your paw, please? You've been walking so good. Stop doing that now. Here, just lay back down. Lay down, sir. There you go. See? There. You're back. You're good. You're happy. And 3 minutes until the ball drops there, kitty cat. But yeah, and I love, I love the inline sixes in both my cars. They're such good, stout little motors. They just don't make a lot of power, but they're, like, super reliable. And oddly enough, like, if I converted them to propane, like, yeah, actually, they would increase power and it would increase fuel efficiency too. Because you just have to have it tuned right for it, and that it's kind of a challenge at times to convert something to propane and then figuring out the tuning of it. But then once you have that down pat, you're actually pretty good. So yeah. And and like, would I convert a car to propane someday? Yeah, I might. I don't know. We'll see. And make a good video just to kind of explain it. Even though there's probably tons of videos out there to say, hey, here's how to convert your car to propane. So, okay, there's a lot of variability when it comes to that, Peter, but for the most part, we don't really require inspections here unless if there's certain things, like if it happens to be it was not actually registered in my province previously, or if they just don't have it in their system anymore, which cars that have been off the road for a long time, they won't be in the system anymore. So also cars from, like, the 50s that didn't really have proper VINs, and even into the 60s, they can be a problem to try and register as well. So you have to re-VIN those, and that becomes a huge sort of palaver. So, but for the most part, it's just, hey, you have your insurance, you just go to the registry, you get it registered. Boom, done. And thank you, Kevin. Like, it's one of these things. Like, I'm all of my education is 100% self-taught. Like, I haven't really learned any of this from outside sources, or at least very little of it have I done that. And, like, I didn't go to school or anything. Like, I just barely squeaked through high school. So, genuinely. Ooh. Okay, here we go. The ball is about to drop, and it's about to be New Year's here in Alberta. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Woo! It's now 2024 where I am. Now we still gotta go for an extra hour for the West Coast. And Kenneth, so again, self-taught. Nobody taught me about cars. I learned it all myself. I've done research, and now that I've actually had like my project cars, I did that. And hey, no worries, Kevin. I completely understand that. And yeah, hopefully you have a good evening, a fantastic sleep, and hopefully catch you in a video soon. Peace out, dude. Slowly but surely, Peter. Slowly but surely. Like I said, we're still going to be here for at least another hour because I do want to say Happy New Year to the East Coast. So, so now I've got to open up the thing. Instead of mountain time, I got to go, what's... hang on. Let's go R1. Time and Vancouver. Hurry up, do that. Yeah. See, you're a little ahead, but it's okay. There we go. Yeah, no, it's fun. And it's interesting to see people like from all over the world. Like as an example, like Peter's been a long-term subscriber of mine. Like, and the one thing is, because I don't know if here on YouTube, I'd have to search it up to see, hey, does it do the same thing as Instagram, where if you scroll through all your public subscriptions, does it actually show you your first subscription? Because Instagram does. But YouTube, I don't know if it does. TikTok, I believe, does that as well. So it'd be interesting. But oddly enough, with TikTok, that's all public. You can't hide it like you can here on YouTube. Because people do have their subscriptions as private on here, which I don't understand why. It's like, what's the deal? Unless you're like hiding something. But oh, there you go. People are setting off fireworks now. You're a couple of minutes late on the fireworks, though, guys. You're supposed to set them off at exactly midnight, Not... Yeah. New year, new kitty, hey? New year, new kitty. Can't believe that you've been alive since 2000, dude. Like, that's insane in the membrane. Hey? Insane in the membrane. And then you've been alive since like 2008 there, Rascal, I think. I think that's how that one works. Yeah, actually about that. Just amaze balls, eh? Saber? Amaze balls. But, yeah, no, like, because it's interesting though when people ask, like, hey, where'd you learn this stuff? Where'd you learn about cards? It's just like, nobody taught me. You know? I didn't go to school for it. I just learned, you know. Fireworks are so no. It's interesting. The fireworks are illegal there. It's like, but how did they get their hands on fireworks then? Like that's interesting. Because like don't get me wrong. Yes, there are always ways to get a hold of illegal substances for sure. But you know, it's one of those deals. I used to rule the world, see the sun and the stars. See the world through the enemy's eyes. Ah, okay, fair enough. So they just bring it out of state then. Fair enough. I gotcha. I gotcha. Um, because yeah, uh, yeah. Sorry, brain's just not working here, but it's all good. It's all good. It's been a long life. Been a good life, but a long life. See, I hear the fireworks going off, but they're in the distance though, so they're not like. I don't think those are in town. I think they're actually slightly outside of town, like somewhere that way. Actually, they could be at Greg's property. But they're setting them off. I wouldn't be shocked if they are. Like if Jeff happens to be home and setting off a bunch of fireworks. 'Cause I know, like when we did the pig roast out at Greg's, they set off like $4,000 worth of fireworks. So, which now, and it's interesting because here in Alberta, like you need a license to set off fireworks. I'm not sure how exactly it works, but you know. Hey, you too, Kenneth, and Happy New Year to you too. Hope you have a fantastic evening, a wonderful sleep, and yeah, catch you soon. Peace out. Oh, 100%. I'm a visual learner that way, but like the thing is though is if it's something I want to learn about, I have a better time with it. It's a much easier time than as opposed to like going to school. Because a lot of times, like if I went to mechanics for school, I'd probably find it very boring. Because the thing is, I'd be like learning about newer vehicles and stuff like that. It's like I don't care. I want to learn more about the classics than the newer cars. So, and for the most part, like I can do a lot of stuff now. And who knows? Like in the new year, maybe you'll see me actually tear down a motor, because I know my buddy Roy is actually like offered. It's like, hey, if I ever want to tear down a motor, I could just go to his place and do it. Which, and that's the one thing actually, I'd like to tear down my spare engine actually, because I want to see what's inside that motor. I'd be curious to see. Hey, Brady, Happy New Year to you too. Having a good time, having a good time, shooting stars like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. Sorry, a bunch of songs are stuck in my head right now, and it's difficult to get them out. So if you see me randomly sing stuff and get the lyrics completely wrong, that's why. And, that's that. I thought that scar was on this arm though. So what scar is that? I don't remember. Sorry, when I'm looking at my arms randomly and then I see, hey, there's a scar there. I don't remember seeing that scar before. Where did that come from? Actually, come to think of it, no, that scar's been there for a long time. Ah. You know, and that's the one thing, because like when I want to actually like when I so the thing is how I am when it comes to stuff that I like. So when it comes to like vehicles and stuff like that, when I do the research on it, I do the research because like I want to know about this vehicle, right? So then I get excited about it, and then I want to learn about it more, and it's fantastic, right? But and so then I'll learn about it, and it'll be good, and it'll be grand, and it'll be fun that way. And that's how I am. When it comes to like my automotive knowledge, is just because I've just liked it. I researched the crap out of the stuff that I like, and boom. There are some things that like I don't know as much. Like I like the vehicles or whatever else, but I don't know as much about them. And that's just one of those things. And sometimes the information just isn't there as well. And like take for example, okay, doing the T5 swap on my Mustang. There's no guide for that at all. That is just figuring it out. Which it's actually not that hard of a swap. It's just getting all the parts together mostly. And then the pain in the ass part for us was we kept doing stuff and then having to redo stuff all the time. Like as an example, I think we had the flywheel out like 3 or 4 different times. I can't remember, for various different reasons. And we had to keep taking the bell housing off for different reasons, and it was just integration stuff, right? That was the main sort of issue that we had with doing this, but because you're trying to integrate stuff that was never supposed to go together, so it's tricky. But once you do, it's so nice. And because there are guides, like as an example, hey, do a T5 swap on an inline 6 car from the 60s? Yeah, it's a totally different process. You don't have to do the custom crap that we did. There's just straight bolt-on stuff and boom, done. It's really easy. Where with us, like we had to cut up a couple of clutch forks and weld them together, and we had to we had to make our own mounts and stuff like that. We had to figure out for the clutch cable like how we're going to do that. A lot of Mustangs are. Well, here's the thing. Most vehicles are automatics. In fact, very rarely was anything a manual. Like a lot of Mustangs are automatics, although there's a lot of Mustangs that are manuals too, but majority of them were automatics. Majority of them are still automatics to this day. And yeah. Like, and the further you get along, the less, manuals were sold. And for a time, automatic transmissions were actually an option over manuals. And now that's flipped. The manual is the option, the automatic is standard. It's kind of just on. And actually, that's why, like, when we call manuals standards, that's the reason why. Because manuals used to be the standard. Then they came out with automatics, just like, ooh, it's kind of luxurious. You don't have to shift. How nice, right? But then there were some automatics that you still had to shift, though. They were kind of funny. Like, take as an example, the good old Honda-matic. The Honda-matic is a 2-speed transmission that you have to manually shift it. So, it was an interesting thing. It reduced power, it reduced fuel efficiency. It was not as good. I don't know why anybody would have went for the Honda-matic versus a manual. But, oh well. Because while in drag racing, 2-speed automatics are great, like power glides, yes. But that's a little different. Because you're making a ton of power and running it through that. You get, it's much easier than trying to, like, row through gears and stuff. That's why 2-speeds are actually nice for that. I think like drag racers, oddly enough, they don't would almost want this like single speed transmission if they could, but that's kind of difficult. Yeah, exactly, and you did have to pay extra for an automatic for a long time, but then that changed. That changed in the 80s. That manual was no longer, you know, no longer the standard anymore. It's sad. Because it'd be nice, like, if my Capri was a manual, oh, that'd be so awesome. But it's not, and I'm not putting a manual in that thing, because I don't think I could find the parts again. Or if I did, it would take forever like I did last time, and it's just not worth it. Like, it is, but it's not. Hey, Snowblind Bird, Happy New Year! And no worries, I definitely appreciate you coming out, even if it's just to say Happy New Year. Hope you have a fantastic sleep and a wonderful day when you wake up. See, and some automatics are manualized to a certain degree. Because, like, interestingly, so, like, let's just take a look at the C4 automatic that is in my Capri. So you can manually shift that if you want to. Like, you can put it in first gear and then go to second and then go to third. You can also, even like, a really good example of this, actually, of manualized automatics. So in the 80s, there were, and even in the 60s, so there was two different variants of this. So Oldsmobile had this weird shifter that was kind of sexist, actually. It was called the his and her shifter. And there was, so the her shifter was just an automatic, standard automatic thing. While the his shifter was like, hey, you can manually hit the gears. It's similar to like a Lenco transmission that way. They're kind of cool too. But then they kind of brought back that similar design, but they called it lightning rods instead, in the Hearst Oldsmobiles in the 80s. They're a cool looking shifter when you look at them, because they have four technically shifters on it, right? 4 separate shifter rods. The one is just a regular automatic, and then each of the shifters will put you into a different gear. So it's kind of an interesting design. And they're neat. So, and I think with the Hearst ones, they went, so the first one was, you were in first, then you shifted into second. The second one was second into third. And then the last one was third into fourth, and fourth was your overdrive. So it was kind of interesting. And they're cool. Lightning rods are neat. There's modern interpretations of lightning rods. There's, of course, the Lenco transmissions, which are similar to that. So, yeah. Yeah, so, okay. So that is similar to a, because that wouldn't be, because hang on, I'm trying to remember, because it's actually I think it's a Mercedes, there we go, that's what I was thinking of. So Mercedes kind of patented the design, or at least patented a design of that, called a Tiptronic transmission. And yeah, like my dad's Magnum has the same thing, where it's an automatic, but if you want to just, hey, look, bump it to the right, it'll upshift. You want to bump it to the left, it downshifts. It's kind of a cool system. It's fun to play with the gears at times. But, and a lot of different manufacturers have had different variances of a Tiptronic transmission. Like, I believe Mercedes, like, did the first one. And then a bunch of different companies have followed suit since. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. But it's interesting, like, to see when they call it, like, a sequential sports auto, which it's kind of a misnomer, because, like, I a sequential transmission is something where you just slap it down to downshift, slap it up to upshift. They're just a pain in the ass for if you need to go into reverse because you need to like go through all the gears that way. But they're interesting, and like, and sequential transmissions are cool. Like, rally drivers use sequential transmissions because they don't want to, they're going full tilt off road, and they need to shave off as much time as they can and not have their hands, like both their hands on the wheel or not on the wheel as much. So that's where they were popularized, and then now people have used them in like different race cars and stuff like that too. But it's cool. It's cool. But it's interesting that they actually call it that, a sequential sports auto. It's very interesting. Oh, God. Yeah, see, and that's one of the nice things about it, and that's why actually, like, I like my manual transmission, because, like, actually, when I was live on TikTok earlier, I actually showed, okay, how you can, like, you can save your brakes by engine braking, right? Which you can do with an automatic, but it doesn't work near as well as a manual, but you can, and, like, in your Tiptronic system, or similar to a Tiptronic anyways, you could do the same thing. Like, and it's kind of cool. As long as the transmission is set up smart enough to where you can downshift it and it's okay with it, and that it can, because there are some of those systems that when you downshift it and you're trying to engine brake it, it won't let you. It's kind of dumb. It's like, it defeats the purpose of it. Genuinely, it defeats the purpose of it. But that's why, like, with my manual, like, I love the fact that I just have so much more control over it. Like, and I can stop, like I said, without using the brake. It's kind of nice. And like, people will try and say, well, isn't that like wearing out your clutch too much? It's like, not really. It's barely doing anything to the clutch. Because again, unless you're riding your clutch, which is dumb, don't do that. Just one of those deals. And that's why, like, with any of my, like, driving tutorials with manuals, I have shown, like, just some tips and, like, of to drive them. Oh, hang on. This is a funny thing. So, okay. Wait for it. Because, okay, this is Vancouver time, right? It's 23 in Vancouver. It would have been even better if this was like December 23rd and then you do 23. And yes, manual four-wheel drives are far better for off-roading. Yeah, because you can slip the clutch. And you can have a lot more throttle control with it. That's the brilliance of a manual, is you can slip the clutch yourself and get a lot more control. Because technically, like, that's what you're doing, like, when you're, like, setting off, as an example. Like, yeah, you're slipping the clutch to let it move a little bit. And yeah. And unlike, as an example, so when you need to replace a clutch is not that expensive. Like, you can get clutches depending on the vehicle, but like, I can get a clutch for my car for like $200. Like, it's not really that bad. A cheap clutch is like 120. So, yeah, but a torque converter is like $600 or more, depending on the torque converter. So, like, there are torque converters that are like $2,000. Just depends on the style and depends on, you know, how racy it is. But there's also race clutches that are like $1,500 too. So there's that. Yeah, starting to get tired, but hey, only 35 minutes before I can go to bed. It's been a lovely conversation since I'm getting tired. But like I said, I was gonna do this until it hits, you know, New Year's on the coast. So, and I'm not doing, you know, New Year's for, because actually I think it'd be a slightly different time zone for, there's a little island that's just off the coast of Canada, but I'm not doing that one. Because I don't know the time zone for that one. Oof. See, you know, it's interesting. So my T5, if it ever gives me problems, I can actually give the transmission a rebuild for not a lot of money. I can get an entire rebuild kit for like $200, $2-3. Like, it's not that expensive. And if you want to upgrade it, you can very easily. And that's the cool part. You know, you still have your stock case, but you have everything else that's good. And then you can like add a brace to your case to make it hold up to a bit more power for the case. But, you know, and in time, who knows? I might have enough money to where I upgrade my T5 in the future. We'll see. Yeah, no. Sorry. I'm running out of things to talk about. Hey, Mustang guy, Happy New Year! It's nice to see you in the chat, dude. It's been a while. How's it going, dude? Genuinely, like, and also, Mustang guy has been a subscriber of mine for a long time too. Like, he might actually rival Peter for how long people have been subscribed to my channel. Pretty close, actually, because I think Mustang guy was one of my first subscribers. He'd be close. I mean, Kevin, I'm not surprised. It is New Year's after all. People are going to be setting off fireworks all night long. I bet you anything. Unfortunately. Well, sometimes you just have to, you know, give them a taste of their own medicine, and that's what that was. Genuinely. Because, like, it also shows that I genuinely don't care about your comment. Even though he tried to think like I did, it's like, no, I don't really care. I did a video to make more content. Like, it's a win. It's a win. And you had a 66 Mustang with a 289 and a 4-speed? That'd be fun. High revving, you know, fun car. Light. Although it's interesting, actually, because I watched a video earlier that Haggerty put up on their YouTube channel. I don't know how long ago it was, but it's like a half-hour video, but it's so cool. It's comparing the new Mustang to a BMW M4. Now, what's actually interesting is, so, but in this video, they actually go back to, like, the first gen M3, and then they go through all the generations of the Mustang, and I don't know who the host was on the show, but they actually said on the show that, hey, which is true. That the Mustang wasn't really a sports car, not a proper one, anyways. But it was kind of a phony, but it did, it sold incredibly well, so it worked. And it wasn't until like the S550 where it became a proper sports car. But it's interesting though that like throughout the entirety of the M3's existence and the Mustang's existence at the same time, the Mustang's actually been faster in every aspect. It's kind of interesting. Okay, Kevin, here's the thing. Pony car isn't actually anything. Genuinely, pony car was something that was made up just as a category to go with these sort of faux sports cars. So of the Camaro, the Challenger, the Javelin, and the Mustang. Which it's called a pony car because the Mustang was a pony car as well. Like, because it's a pony, literally. That's the whole reason why that was actually called that. It's not a proper category. It's a kind of a fake category, actually. And you're sick? Boo! Well, hopefully, you get out of your cold soon, because that's good. Actually, technically it was 3 years after, but yeah. Because it was 67. Mustang came out in 64. So it's one of those deals. But the thing is, like, that entire category was made because of the Mustang, though. And then it got competition once the Camaro and the Firebird came out in 67. So it's one of these things, though. But they're technically sports cars. Like, the Mustang was, they classify the Mustang as a sports car. They always have. From the dawn of time. Realistically, the first gen Mustang there's nothing really properly sporty about it other than it could have a V8 in it. That's about it. Yeah, they weren't very good handling cars at all. Considering they had leaf springs out the back. Well, there were... Actually, well, no, the Mustang launched... So their official launch date when they started taking orders on it was April 14th, 1964. But the first cars were actually made, like, right after that. The very original one is not the prettiest car in the world. But you can tell, like, it looks like a Mustang. It's just a little uglier. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not like the ugliest car in the world, but it's not the prettiest car either. But yeah, and you can tell what they were trying to do with it. Yeah, see, there you go. April 17th. That's what it was. Yeah, April 17th, 64. I couldn't remember the date. I thought it was 14th, but 17th makes sense. Yeah, so Peter, yes. So technically, the 64.5 is a misnomer. So, because all of the Mustangs are technically, like, there's not very many 64s. They're mostly 65s, actually. It's only the 64.5s was a thing to say, hey, when was it built? If it was built before, I think it's August of 64, maybe it's July. If it's built before then as a result, it's 64.5. Everything else is a 65. So, but yeah, model year 65 for the Mustang, but actually, like, they're all 65 model years technically, but built in 64. So, see, and I like the look of a King Cobra. I think they look fantabulous. It's definitely a Trans Am knockoff, but I don't care. It's no different than the last generation AMC AMX. So, also, yeah, like I thought like 64 and a half was like, hey, it was the ones that was built in like mid 64. That's what I thought, but maybe I'm wrong. It could be like you mentioned, early 65s. I know that they are unique, because there comes a certain point where they change them, and as a result, that's why they have the 64 and a half designation versus a 65. But the 64 and a half designation is an enthusiast designation. It's not officially recognized, or it wasn't officially recognized at the time by Ford. So it is now, but it wasn't back then. So oddly enough, Mustang guy might actually know a bit more about this than I do. A little bit more. Like I know a bit, but I'm not like. I will admit, my knowledge isn't really on this when it comes to the Mustang. There are some things I know, but like first gen Mustangs, I don't know a ton about them. Like I know that still to this day, there is no car that has ever sold more than the Mustang. And actually, and in this video, when they were talking about like the first gen Mustang, they actually mentioned, so okay, it had sold 700,000 cars in its was it the first year? I think it was. And you could combine a bunch of different companies for their annual sales of cars, and it still doesn't compare to what the Mustang set for a record back then. It's amazing. Like nothing is ever going to touch that record. Like nothing. See now, and it's funny that Mustang guy says that because he's saying that he would take a four banger Mustang 2 over a S650 Mustang. Because oddly enough, 74 is the only year that a V8 was not available. So, it was the 2.3 Lima or the 2.8 Cologne V6. Those were your only two choices. So, was it Cologne or Essex? Actually, I think it was Cologne. Yeah, it was Cologne. Yeah, no, it was the Cologne V6. But it's one of these deals. Doop-a-doop-a-doo-doo-doop-a-doop-a-doo. What do you mean 24 is on the death? What are you talking about? Like, huh? The Mustang ain't dying. I confuzzled. See, 64 T-Bird over a Mustang. Now that actually is an interesting choice. Because that's the start of the big body 4-seater T-Birds. And not the first year of them, but because first year of them was 58. But yeah. Interesting. Which oddly enough, the Thunderbird actually takes some styling from the Mustang, and vice versa. Actually, I think the Mustang took some of its front end styling from the T-Bird, because if you look at the two, like you can see the similarities. And that's true. You can V8 swap it for faux show. I'm just saying. Base was 4-banger V6. So yeah. They did not have a V8 option in 74. That's why if you see a V8 in a 74 and somebody tries to say, hey, this is a fully original car, and you say bullshit, they never had a V8 in 74, and they argue with you, and then you pull up Wikipedia and they go, oh fuck. Fun fact, that happened at a car show once. Yeah, see, I don't like the screens either, But you know what's sad? So okay, you look at an S650 and you look at a BMW interior. You know they're like almost identical to each other. Like you can bear like there's a very few differences between the two. Like there's it's frightening that the Mustang took cues from BMW instead of where they should have been taking cues from, which is themselves. But BMW is like their competition now, so. Ah, 4-hour stream and counting. Because like I said, as soon as it hits 1 o'clock in the morning, like I'm gonna try and go to bed. I was up way too freaking late last night. Like I was up till like 5 o'clock in the morning because I was talking with my friend, and yeah, it's a good chat. But yeah, see, actually, I like the looks of them. Although I prefer the S550 over the S650, though I will say that because the back end actually like it screams Camaro to me. Like, I don't see a Mustang in that back end. I see a Camaro. The front end still looks Mustang-like. But you look at the roof line and stuff like that, it totally matches that of a BM4. Like, it's very interesting. Ugh. Oh, I will get some sleep. Like I said, I am waiting for the ball to drop in Vancouver, and then I'll go to bed. Because I promised that I would, so I'm going to. And it's still a good conversation in the chat, so it's one of these things. Sometimes that just dictates over everything. Hey, Seaber. For the enemy's eyes. Like, that's the thing. I'm usually up late at night, like... So, I've done 3 time zones. This will be the... Or, no. I've done 2... No, 3. Yeah, I've done 3 time zones. I'm now going to be doing the 4th. The 4th is my final one, so... Because, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, because I've gotten Eastern, I got Central, and I got Mountain. Now I'm on, what is Vancouver's time? I can't remember. Pacific? Yeah, I think that's Pacific. So... Oh, yeah, I do like, so... The proper Bronco, not the Bronco Sport, the Bronco. I like the look of it. Because the Bronco Sport, it's a Land Rover LR2. Like, nobody can tell me otherwise. That's a Land Rover LR2. You know, that's a 20-year-old freaking car. Don't even try to tell me that's a new car. That's a Bronco. Don't tell me that. That's a Land Rover. That's just a rebadged Land Rover. I swear to God. But, having said that, though, like, I love those Broncos. I think they look fantastic. I don't see very many of them on the roads, but you know, I'd love to experience one. It'd be kind of interesting. I'd probably find it awful, to be honest, but they're cool. They are cool. Yeah, because like technically, I think if I really wanted to, which I'm not gonna do this, but like, because there is, I think, 2 extra time zones that I could do, but I'm not going to. It's this live would go on for so long if I did those 2. Because there's one that's like it's right at like the Russian border sort of thing. So, and then because there's a weird sort of time zone difference between East and West, because it's not actually proper. Like, it makes zero sense this time zone. Well, see now, Peter. Here's the interesting thing of what you just said. So the Turbo Coupes and the Super Coupes are two different vehicles. They're both Thunderbirds, but the Turbo Coupe is powered by a 2.3 turbo engine, while the Super Coupe is powered by a 3.8 supercharged engine. Which I like them both. I find them both really cool, as a matter of fact. But, which one are like? I don't know if I'd rather have a Turbo Coupe or a Super Coupe. I like them both a lot, but having said that, though, I like the looks more of a Turbo Coupe over a Super Coupe. So there's that. But I like the idea of the MN12 platform, though. So, I don't know. It's one of those things, because the 2.3 turbo motor was not exactly a good engine. But it's a fun engine, but not good. The 3.8 supercharged engines were, well, not as good either, but they're fun. So, plus, there's something about, supercharger whine over turbo whistle, 100%. I'm getting sleep stuck in my eye. But, like I said, I'm gonna keep going. There's only 14 more minutes, and then I can go to bed. That's what's gonna happen. And ironically, I'll be at 4 hours and 20 minutes on the stream. Fuck. Oh, potheads will be all over that. Now, it's interesting why you would take the supercharger off in favor of a turbo. Like, don't get me wrong. The turbos themselves, like, okay. New turbo technology is great. Old turbo technology, not so great. Like, a turbo coupe, like, it's a gorgeous car, but, like, the turbo lag was brutal. But they did make good power, though. Like, they made more power than the 302 at the time. When they built them. And I like the look of them. You got that nice 4-eye nose with that awesome looking hood that they had. 13 more minutes. Like, I like superchargers more than turbos. I like the sound of them. I like the look of them more so than a turbo. Because there's something about that whine, Or when you have a high horsepower car and you get that blower surge, it's just, oh, yes. Yes. Like, hearing the sound of, like, Hellcat's wide open throttle and hearing that supercharger whine is just makes my heart skip a beat. Just, oh, so good. So good. So good. I got you. Now, it's interesting. So, okay. Something I've noticed, too. When it comes to doing lives here on YouTube versus lives on TikTok, I can only go about not even quite this long before I actually have to plug in my phone on TikTok. But YouTube, I'm at 4 hours and 9 seconds, and I'm at 25% battery. Like, it's sweet. Like, that's the one thing. Like, I want to supercharge my Mustang. I really want to do that. Like, find out a way to adapt either like an Eaton M90 or whatever to it. It'd be cool. It'd be cute. But in something that 7.3 turbo upgrade. Yeah. Yeah. there's this thing of well, hang on. Let me show you how much cash I've got. This is all I've got for cash. I've got $10 here, and I've got $5 here. It's yeah, I know. Which this is actually one of the newer bills. I haven't seen one of these yet. Because who's all on the bill? Okay, Sir John A. MacDonald, Sir George Cartier, Agnes, okay, and James Gladstone. Okay. I know 2 of the names. I don't know the rest of them, though. But then, like our $5 bills, like, you see astronauts and stuff like that on it. See? Best currency in the world, which technically speaking, we just copied Australia, but it's fine. Because like you can bring this cash to Australia, and you might actually be able to fool people to saying that, hey, this Canadian money is Australian dollars. Because they look very similar to each other. The only difference is, I think Aussie dollars are smaller in size, technically. But yeah, like, if people are gonna, if people are gonna say, hey, do these upgrades to your car, it's like, pony up the cash. Yeah, and how often are you gonna see a 7.3 in the junkyard that already hasn't been picked over? Like, genuinely, it's one of those things where it's like, you're not gonna find that. Hell no. Like, I could find like a 6.0 diesel turbo pretty easily, probably. Yeah, and again, $15 ain't getting me a turbo. I've got a turbocharger. It's sitting in my room right now. It's 43 millimeters. So, yeah. But the reason why... So everybody tells me I should turbo my car. You know how much of a pain in the ass it would actually be to turbo my car? Because of the header I have. That happens to be a dual exhaust header. Because I'd have to get it to be into a single point of where they both, they both converge that way. Which I would have to somehow figure that out. But I want it to be like a true dual exhaust setup. So, like, actually, as stupid as it sounds, actually, fucking twin turbos makes more sense to do in that regard. But twin turbos is stupid in my setup. Like, there's no point of doing it. Because I'd have both the turbos running at, like, 4 PSI. Like, that's it. It's not really worth it. Oh. Okay, I got you. That makes sense. But still, like I said, still want to supercharge my car, though. Because I was going to turbo my car. I was going to put my little 43 millimeter tiny little turbo, it's like that big, in my car. But then I was like, oh, I got this header. Okay, never mind. I am not going to turbo this. I'm going to supercharge it because it'll be easier, which sounds funny because supercharging usually is harder than turbocharging. But in this instance, it would actually be easier. But naturally, like, something that might happen in the future, your girl might have still, because we were talking about it, like, me and my buddy Shane were talking about it last night, of the whole injection setup for my car, because he still has all the prototype parts for it. And now, something, though, that he talked about it, it's like, yeah, if I actually got one of those engines out, like, if you had one of those engines around, he would actually chop the intake off almost entirely and just put individual throttle bodies on each of the 6 cylinders for every single one gets a throttle body on it. And then it'll be, injectors, and it'll be a DIS system without an ECU. It'd be kind of cool. I like the idea of it. It's a fully sort of, it's not fully mechanical per se, because it still is electronic, just not really. Like, it runs off of sensors within your distributor cap. So, we'll see. We were talking about it more the other night, and that it might be more of a possibility coming up. We'll have to see with it. We'll have to see. But, because if so, that'd be freaking dope. It'll boost power exponentially doing that. So, yeah. We shall see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. Goes. We shall see how it goes. Trying to keep myself awake for 5 more minutes before I can go to bed. So then I can say Happy New Year to people in Vancouver / British Columbia in Pacific time. I think it's Pacific. Yeah, no, it is. It has to be Pacific. Can you see I'm losing my mind? I'm losing my mind. This is what happens when you have ADD and you're tired, because then you get random bursts of energy. And then me and Saber will go to bed. Anybody? Thanks. But yeah, no, like that have been around Canada much. Yeah, no, like, and I hope that injection system actually works out and stuff like that, because yeah, I want it to happen. But then also, I want the shift ball back on my car, but it's the wrong thread size for a T5, so I need to get an adapter that's not a plastic adapter, because plastic breaks. I would like to get a metal adapter for it, which they do make. I just have to figure out what thread this is on a T5 shifter, and this is 3/8 thread, so I already know that much. But yeah. So that is the ideas, and get that on and be happies. Come on, get happy. And I also can't wait for dino season to come back up, because be working again and having fun at the dino. It shall be good times. Yes, I'm losing my mind because I'm getting tired. That's what's happening right now. This is what happens when you get tired and you're just trying to keep awake. There's only 2 minutes. 2 minutes till blast off, and then I can go to bed. So just wait for it. Yeah, I can like hold. Okay, there you go. Yeah, T5 stock shifter. Yeah, which is okay, but it's not as good as the Hirsch short shifter that I have in my car. Yeah. And something, because about these T5s as well, if you ever get one of these, stock T5 shifter, it has a lot of slop in it. Check the bushings here. These are the only bushings that you'll have to deal with on these shifters. And what you will find is these are usually freaking gone. So you can actually just take them out completely and then just bolt it back on, and you'll have the smoothest shifting T5 out there. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. It's just I haven't done it yet. Again, I should have done it like a long time ago, but I haven't. But I haven't had a shifter lying around that I could just uninstall very quickly from something, or just have around to do that, because I wasn't going to uninstall my Hurst short shifter in my car. So, just no, thank you. And I know it's the same thread, so that's fine. And then I'll have to search, and I could probably just get it online if I can't get it here in town. Yes. Here we go. Because, yeah, like, I could also look it up online, too, but I'd much rather have a confirmation of what that thread size is. Alright, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year to people in British Columbia and California and stoofs like that. Yeah. Oh, dude, I already know. It's right there. It's 30. It's 3/8. It's 3/8. It's right there. But, yeah. Anyways. Okay. Now that happened, I am, going to, bed now. Yeah, so thank you all for, tuning in to my madness for the past half hour. And yeah, hopefully you all have an absolutely wonderful day. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out. I'm tired. Sorry, Mustang guy. I'm really tired. I need sleep. I need sleep. Thank you. You as well, Peter. Peace out, peoples.